Max, where have you been?
Yeah, I've been studying actually a bit. So I have been doing studying, but mostly I've been just chilling and going to student parties and shit. But now
You've
I'm
been
sick again, so
Yeah,
now I'm
you've been sick. You've been sick. You're back in school. You missed the Worlds. We haven't even had you on her for a while. I think the last time you was on her was just before the Worlds. We made some predictions.
Yeah.
So we haven't even had.
By the way, my predictions were almost right.
Yeah. Calm your tits, Max. Calm your tits. We're gonna talk about the Worlds a little bit in a minute, and then you can talk about your picks and all this type of stuff. I know you've been wanting to talk about it. I can see with the sickness, the arrogance has not stopped. But
yeah, dude. Like when I was looking at the Worlds, I remember I had Canas, Ongaro, and Ronafalk in the top three. I'm pretty sure I had all those in there. And when in the end I saw Canas is in third, Ronafalk's in front of Ongaro, I'm like, dude, like it's somehow kind of boring to live, to know the answer to almost anything.
Oh my God, that is a great way to have you you
went back, guys.
The hate level went from if people hated you a little bit before, like it went right through the roof right there. Anyway, we got a lot to talk about.
To be back. It's nice to be back.
Well, we got that and more to talk about in this episode. But with that said, let's drop that intro.
Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right.
And let's get back to more club racing and less of this money-grabbing book racing.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right.
Yeah. See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about
it. There we go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no! I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro's the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 209 of the No Name RC podcast. Excuse me, let me clear my throat. I'm your host, Keno White, aka Lefty the Great, and to my virtual left, but actually I'm pointing to my right now in real life, is one of my favorite co-hosts who hasn't been on her for a while because he got sick. We're supposed to see him at the Worlds, but he didn't make it. I can actually understand why you passed out at the Worlds because it was very hot and the paint fumes was really bad on top of that stand as well. He's still sick. You can see him coughing away, but that has not depleted his arrogance in one bit. In fact, it's boosted his arrogance. Welcome, arrogant one, Max Mort. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
You are a little bit sick.
I'm a little bit sick, but I was just scrolling to some Worlds results from On-Road Worlds, and I
know you want to get into this. I know you want to get into this. I know you do. Anyway, guys, before we do that, let me say some thank yous, tell you a little bit about our podcast today. So first off, I want to say thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. We guys can't do it without you guys. Big shout out. Episode 208 and 207 were big hits. Max, so a couple of cool things. No, we'll talk about this in a bit. We'll talk about this afterwards. I'll say this afterwards. But thank you to the NNRC squad around the world. We can't do it without you guys. We greatly appreciate that. Also to the patrons of the podcast, we greatly appreciate your support. You guys go the extra mile. You will get early release of this podcast. Also, we have a new thing. We have members on YouTube. If you don't want to do the Patreon thing, you can do the members. You guys will get early release of this podcast. Starting to look at YouTube more as a as a not just a YouTube video thing, but also a community, building that up. So if you guys like what we're doing, don't feel like going the Patreon route, or don't like that, like YouTube, for the price of a cup of coffee a month, you can support the NNRC. So thank you to everybody. We got some members. We got many, but we got some. But thank you to those. There's very few members that did sign up. We greatly appreciate that. Also, thank you to the awesome companies that support the podcast. We are coming up on the end of the year, so we will be looking if these sponsors want to stay. If you wish to if you like what we're doing, you like this platform, I think it's a great platform to advertise your business. We'll be doing a whole bunch of new stuff, sponsorship stuff coming up at the end of the year. Well, I'll be starting this soon. So hit me up. We're going to go in the process of redoing all our sponsorship tiers and all that stuff. So check us out, because in order to keep this going, we need the sponsors. So we want to say thank you to those. Remember, everybody, there are affiliate links. There are coupon codes where you can save some money. Some of these sponsors, I don't have coupon codes. Some of them do. Some of them don't. But if you do decide to buy something from them, just leave in the notes, hey, I heard about this on the NNRC podcast. All in the written description. And if you can use these, it helps us out. They are invisiblespeed.net, TZO 200 tires, TNR fuels, Hitec RCD, Beach RC, Mayako, Tekno RC, Lugs Racing tires, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, G-Spec RC tuning, Some Padal USA, Racecraft USA, RCGP, which I'll be headed out to in a couple of weeks, House of RC, shout out to Connie, shout out to my boy Tony and his wife Vicky at Clinic RC. Also, big shout out to my boy Jason Bukal at Ardent Imprints for the hats and all that stuff. I'm going to get him make me up some shirts here soon. Check them out. And I also wanted to shout out to a couple of people. Team Brownies, because they're doing a good job. I met them again at the Worlds. Very nice family. They're doing some good stuff. And I saw Tebow was racing with his son, which I thought was really cool. And I like to see stuff like looks like his son's getting into RC. So thank you for all those companies for their support. You guys can show us some support with them. And also on this podcast, we have my boy Lucas Lauren on this. Now, this part of the podcast was recorded maybe about 2 months ago. I think the 10 scale Euros had just happened. Me and Lucas and I, we sat off, we had a chat. He hadn't even reached 1,000 subs, I don't think, at that time on his channel, but now his channel's got 1,000 subs. He's putting out a lot of content. I really enjoy what he's doing. They're a hardworking guy at BechRacing. We recorded this a while ago, and he said, just save it for when you need to. You know, he was like, I don't need it out right now. Just save it when you need it. So that's a good thing. I really like what Lucas is doing. I'll see him in a couple of weeks. So this is our podcast with Lucas Lauren, who the last time he was on this podcast had never even traveled to a race outside of Myrtle Beach. And now he's going to like every big race in the Southeast, and his YouTube channel is blowing up. So that's good to see. So thank you for Lucas. And I hope you guys enjoy that chat, because Lucas is truly I have to say something too. Lucas also wrote something that was probably one of the nicest things anybody's ever written about me. He wrote a letter to like Losi one time, because he was a diehard Losi fan. And when he made the switch over to JQ, he explained why he did it. And a lot of it was because he liked the communication and the friendship that we had garnered when I was a team manager. So I really appreciate that. And I really like what Lucas does. And of course, we have Max back this week, and we're going to do some questions this week. We want to talk about some RC news and all that good stuff. We're going to talk about the Worlds, because even Max and I haven't got to talk about that. And some good stuff. But before I do that, I have to say get well to a few people. I have to say get well to you, Max, because you're not feeling too well. But I was talking to my boy Lorenzo Davis this week. He's having a little hard month. He's been in the hospital a few times. He's got, I don't know if he wants me to say it out loud, but I don't think it's really a bad thing, because I saw another guy has his Crohn's. So he has Crohn's disease that flares up. And he's had a hard time with that the last month. He was telling me that he missed a record. He missed out on a record deal with Master P because of Crohn's too. Yeah, back in the day. So that's pretty deep. I want him to get well soon. He's a really good friend of mine. Go check him out. He's just having a hard month. He's probably going to have to get another surgery for that, because apparently it's a surgery that it comes back after you get it cut out. Yeah, it's hard. I've known a few people with this. If only I find out that one of my favorite YouTubers, RC Sparks, actually has it too. So he was talking about his dealing with that. I actually sent that to Lorenzo for him to look at too. So if you guys do some shout outs to Lorenzo, go hit up his YouTube channel as well. Brett Wilson from Die Hard, he went into Die Hard is another great community RC thing up in, they have like carpet tracks, they do everything RC up there in Pacific Northwest. Him and his wife, he had to go in the hospital this weekend, but he's doing better. He had some heart issues, so he got that fixed. Get well soon, Brett. Corey Merrick, man, I know how Corey is going through some hard times. He calls Greg a lot, and I got to talk to him a bit when I was at the Worlds. So he's having a rough time. He's got cancer, and I wish him to get well. He's going through chemo and all that stuff right now. So stay strong, Corey. Toby Hansen, is good to see my boy Toby Hansen out and doing some biking. I know these people like, why are you shouting out to all these people? These people support the podcast, and they're good friends of mine. It's good to see Toby. He was having some issues as well. See him on the man. And my buddy Curtis Wong getting better. I'd have to say really good. Some congratulations to some people real quick. Shout out to my boy Chuck DeBellin, who just got a job working at one of Canada's biggest hobby dealers or whatever. So that's pretty cool. He actually told me he got the job without even mentioning any of his RC background. And then he mentioned it afterwards. So he got a good job doing that. I want to say congratulations to him. And I want to say congratulations to Race Like a Girl and the Carmendis, David and Katie, good friends of mine. They had their Future Stars of RC this past weekend at the Red Brush Raceway in, I believe it's just outside of Charlotte, there in North Carolina. So I've been reading the reports, and a lot of people had a lot of fun. It's a great initiative. I need to get Katie on her to fully explain it. I keep saying that I need to do it, but basically what they do is take local top drivers, put them, mentor them for a day with young up-and-coming racers or people who are just starting out. They also had an initiative at Beach RC where they had like a box, $125 starter box that was valued at $125. You could buy it for $100, and those boxes went to like new drivers. So they had this race this weekend, and from all the race reports that I read, the people that went, they had a blast. They had a good time. So that's good to see. And I want to say congratulations to them. So congratulations to them. We need to get the Carmendis on there. Also, Max, I need to get Mark Santamaria on there because he has a stock / a spec slock, a spec / type of competition series going on, and he had like 93 entries. Not entries, but people, like all with slashes. That's a lot of slashes.
Yeah, that's a fuck ton of slashes.
Yeah, so congratulations to him. He was telling me about that. That's a great, and two great initiatives, I think, to help get people into RC. So we definitely need to get both of them back on her to talk about that. All right, Max. So you know what? We have to have a word from a sponsor real quick, and then we're gonna come back and talk about a little bit about you. So as you guys know, this podcast is brought to you by Invisible Speed. If you listen to this in audio, this is an Invisible Speed commercial that doesn't have any words to it, spoken words, but it has written words in the video. As now we're seeing more people looking at the YouTuber. But yeah, Invisible Speed, it's gaining popularity. We're starting to plan the next phase of Invisible Speed. But yeah, Invisible Speed, find it. All right, thank you to Invisible Speed. Obviously, people who are watching this is the Old Worlds one, so that discount doesn't apply anymore. It is $100 for 1 year. He did have that was the Euros one. He did have a World Special, which was buy 1 year, get a year free. The Invisible Speed started to take off. Joseph's on his way back home from vacation, which he needed. We're actually in planning, probably, I tentatively want to say we're looking at the actual physical side of Invisible Speed now and planning something. I can't go into more detail, but I just know it's going to be camps. It's not just gonna be clinic, it's gonna be camps. So that's good stuff. Sign out for Invisible Speed at invisiblespeed.net. Max, man, what's up, dude? You hey, so we found out what's kind of been wrong with you for the last few months. You've been so for people. Also, I have to say first. Okay, hold on. Let's rewind. First off, we have to congratulate. First, I forgot about this. Over this weekend, we went over 3K subs on YouTube, which is great. It's taken a freaking long time to get to this. It was boosted over the worlds. A lot of people joined and discovered the podcast over the worlds, which was great, which is what I wanted. And then the last two episodes, 207 and 208, have both been pretty popular, especially the last one. And now up to 3,052 subs before I checked this. So I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that's going out there and hitting the sub button on the YouTube. Finally, thank you. I say we go for 4,000 by the end of the year. What do you think, Max? If we got 4,000 by the end of the year, we should do a gift. We should do a surprise. If we got 5,000 by the end of the year, that's stretching it. But if we do 5,000 by the end of the year, we do get something special away. But if we do 4,000 by the end of the year, our goal is 4,000. If we get 5, it'll be great. But definitely need this YouTube channel to grow some more. We greatly appreciate the people that have signed up. We're going to do a little bit more in the community there and all that type of stuff. I think what it is, the world's put a lot of spotlight on this. And then obviously episode 208, which was had a very controversial thumbnail, which I knew would trigger people. But I think people that actually listen to it, they're like, that makes sense. That's a good analysis. Some people will think it's still bullshit, but that's fine. But thank you. Hit that sub button, hit that like button if you like it. Hit that notification button. If you're listening to this on audio, hit that review button. But we definitely need that YouTube to grow. And thank you. Let's go for 4,000 by the end of the year. 5 would be great. 4 would be the least. We need 948 more people to subscribe. That shouldn't be hard. I think we should do that. Mm-hmm. All right, Max. So I just wanted to say, you don't feel alone. You are not the only person that passed out at Redavon and had to get taken away in an ambulance, because it happened to Cole effing Tollard. He was messed up with food. Yeah, he missed. He toughed out, like, I think first they got there kind of late. They missed their planes after practice, and then like with it was hot there. I remember, and he was like, he had some stomach issues. He had to get taken to the hospital, and then he had the heat, man. It was, I live in a hot climate. And I have to say, at one point, I think Thursday or Friday, when I stayed up Friday, I actually stayed on a little late Friday night, had a few drinks. I'm not gonna lie, but I had this one drink called a Diablo, and I just didn't sat right with me. I gave it to Joseph. He drank it. But when I went to work when I went to set up in the booth that morning, and then the paint. That's the thing that got me, was the paint fumes or whatever was coming from there. Yeah. And when you're up high, you smell it. Man, I sat there saying, I'm gonna puke. And I said to myself, I can understand why Max passed out with this heat, not having, and I had good food and all that stuff in the morning, but still no excuse. But we did find out why you have been having these issues. So tell a little bit about what happened to you just prior to going to the Worlds.
Yeah. So prior to the Worlds, I was practicing, and then I was pretty healthy for about 3 weeks, and then on Tuesday, Wednesday night, I think it was. I just got a lot of stomach ache and stuff. And then in the morning, like, I was like, it hurts so much. And then, like, it hurts way too much to be something small. So then I just went to the doctor, and they were like, it's an appendix, and they did the surgery. And then I got back home on Friday. So that wasn't that big of a deal. But obviously, then healing and everything, couldn't like fly anywhere for 2 weeks. Like, that's what they suggested, and I was like, probably not a good idea.
So did they cut you open?
Yeah, it's like they make 3 cuts, and then they use like a camera and shit. And they cut it up.
I'll be honest with you. You did not want to be not feeling 100% at this race. It was very hot, man. It was just. Yeah, it was warm. It was warm. It was fun.
And also, it's like you have to walk uphill all the time to the pits, and it's hot and dry, and And also, it's like a long week. It's a long fucking week.
It was definitely long. My first Worlds, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, but I did about halfway through it say, "Wow, this is too long." And we talked about that. We ranted about that and all that stuff. But it was a shame you missed out on. Oh man, such an exciting Worlds. I just said it again. I was so freaking nervous. I was so nervous watching that main. But something I wanted to bring up was that, like, with our picks, I mean, the same three people that we kept mentioning kind of won it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I'm not surprised at all because, like, Fend and Mayfield were the most likely ones to beat them, and Testament, obviously. So we said those three would be the top Americans: Fend, Mayfield, and Testament.
I did say Cole would be there.
Cole was there for a bit.
He was faster than guys throughout qualifying, though.
Yeah, but
well, not faster, but
like in the end, he wasn't really a factor in the top 5 at any point.
No, but he did make it.
Yeah, he did make it, but
you had
there
him
was
not
a
making
clear.
it.
No,
you had him.
Yeah.
Eliminated the quarters and the finals.
I said he's gonna be in the semis, so he did better than I expected. He's probably the only one that surprised me a bit. But from like top 6, like there were clearly 3 Europeans, 3 Americans, or North Americans, and I think Fenn surprised me probably the most because he was a bit handicapped running JC, same as Mayfield, because it was quite obvious that the hot race was the tire to run for this track. So they were a bit handicapped by the tire, but both of them still were like fighting for the win until like 20 minutes to go or something. So
I thought Fenn was more impressive than all of them. The most impressive of all of them.
Yeah, I think I'd say so too. Fenn was the most impressive because he really shouldn't have done this well if he like matched what we kind of expected. So yeah, I think him and Cole probably were the biggest surprises for me. Coelho not being there in the top 3, that was a bit surprising. But I do understand.
But he was top 5 or top 6, was he? No, he was 6.
Maybe in the end he climbed in, but he was never like in the fight for the win.
Right, he was never
not like the Euros where he led for the start he wasn't in the battle. So that was a bit surprising to me, in sense that he wasn't, but not really, because like the track is still very different from the Euros, and the Euros, like he likes high grip. Like I think it's been proven at this point. So maybe it was just that, but still he ended up like 6th or 7th. I can't remember exactly, but pretty high up. Skidmore probably also a big surprise, but he was he made the main, but in the main he was kind of just there.
Now, quick question, because I had Skidmore making the semis. I was happy for him that he made the main. I got to meet his dad and everybody. I know everybody thinks like we're enemies, but we're not. So I met his parents and all that, nice people. I'm happy for him because he has been putting in the work as well. And to make a final like that is, and not only that, if you would have told me that he would have been the only guy from England,
exactly,
final, because Boots was fast all week. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it should have been so that Boots was the only UK guy to make it, but it ended up being Johnny Skidmore. And let's be honest, I think Boots won the Nationals this year, but Skidmore won it last year. Skidmore finished, I think, 2nd this year or 3rd. So, to be honest, Skidmore is, like, if you look at the last 2 years, I'd say Skidmore should beat Boots, like, more. So,
I think these guys do well.
Yeah,
if
you give the respect to, like, Skidmore for the past 2 years, I think he is sort of the best driver out of UK. But his issue is that he isn't as professional as Boots.
He doesn't get to travel as much as Boots.
Yeah, Boots travels to race. He has his own mechanic who is like a professional mechanic. He gets paid to do it. Not like having a dad who like he has like, business shit.
Right. It's a big difference.
Yeah.
So does this boost Johnny to that level now, making the World's final? Does he get a little bit more support?
I think considering he's running X-ray, he's probably going to get a pretty good deal right now because there were 3 X-rays in the main and he was one of them. So he's probably going to get quite a good deal. Also, I saw them practicing for the first EOS that is in the UK. at the workshop, I believe. So
maybe 10 scale more.
So I believe he's gonna do more 10 scale. I don't know if he's gonna just do it in the UK or if he's gonna do it in EOS and Euros too. But that could be something he could be very good at. So I think now, like if he wants to, I think he could now go pro. And
yeah,
now
I think the ball's
like
in his
actually,
court.
yeah, like now he has to sort of take the risk and put the effort in and show that he's actually the number one guy from UK. Like he, in my opinion, right now looks like he is. But yeah, it's now he has to show that he's worth it, and then I think he could be pro for quite a long time.
No, I don't. All right, so I don't think he's on the level of professional pro like Boots per se.
No. Like you wouldn't pay him like $4,000 a month,
right? That's and I'm not being disrespectful to him, but Boots has that experience. He's traveled around the world more. Maybe Skidmore gets to travel some more.
Yeah, and the thing is, like Boots has driven at this level for so long that everyone knows what he's capable of, what he has been capable of. And for Skidmore, it's like, yes, he's fast and he has proven it multiple times, but it isn't like we don't know how fast he could be in 5 years from now. He could be much faster, whereas Boots most likely will be pretty similar in 5 years. I don't think he's going to be faster, but I don't think it's going to be any slower. So that's the thing for Skidmore. Like he has the potential to become better than Boots, but he has to prove it, and going pro is the only way to prove it, and he hasn't proven that he's worth 4K or whatever probably Boots makes from
I get what you mean.
But like if I was the car, like a manufacturer, I would definitely be like, hey, here's money you can live with and you want to race RC cars. Like he's at that level where if he takes the risk and then delivers, he can have a good life driving.
Yeah, and he's still at that age where he can probably take that risk as well. Yeah,
and the thing is, like, he's probably the only guy in this main, I would say, is at that level. Like, because Kilic is above that level. They are
I would say
pro.
so.
They are
I think good thing. That's a good segue into the Kilics. I finally, I got to meet them. So I hung out with Borak and Barkan and his family at the banquet, which JQ was completely trashed. Oh my god, that was so funny. I forgot to tell a story about that, but I will. So it was good to meet them. I was super impressed with them. So happy for Barkham and he TQ'd that run. It was so good to see. Here's my thing. When I saw this all happening, all I just kept thinking was, this is so awesome because Barkham's only 16. He may look 21, but he's only 16. Yeah. Borak's 18. We've been talking about these guys and these European guys for quite some time now. We got accused of being so European biased and all this type of stuff. This race kind of validated what we've been saying. And we're not European biased. It's just that Europeans don't get talked about much.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's funny when people say we're biased towards Europeans, but clearly, like, the results show for themselves. Like, if you look at DNC, that's the Americans' play field, and Europeans are there challenging. Like, Ongara is quite fast, Barofalo is quite fast, David won e-buggy. So, like,
David's won it twice, Nitro buggy.
Yeah, David's won, and Robert has finished second there.
Boots has won Silver State.
Yeah, and Boots has won Silver State. So there's lots of Europeans going over there to America to win.
Right.
Like, rarely does an American win in Europe. Like, but at least at this time.
Then we flip it, and then T-Bur's won Neo 6 times.
Yeah.
So, but no, I do agree with you. It's good to see the Americans come back over. I think Mayfield wrapped it up. Here's how I look at it. So we don't spend too much time on this. Mm-hmm. So a couple of things I wanted to talk about real quick. I think we got to. So would it be as many Europeans if this was a US style DNC track? Probably not. But I still think that guys like the Kilics and these guys, they can still race on those rough tracks. They probably wouldn't make the mains. And the first time they went to America, they've never been to America. I love to see them get to America at some point.
I think the benefit of the Europeans that being that there's so many cultures and countries, there's also very many style of tracks. There's like, if you go to Northern Europe, most tracks are like European style layout, but American style play. And then some tracks are the American style layout too. But then when you go to Southern Europe, it's like this Redoman or how Portugal was at IBC or the Euros actually this year too. So like that's technical, lots of jumps, but it's high grip, very hard packed.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like we get all kinds of tracks, but it's like and all kinds of grip levels. So we kind of have a bigger range of what we can do. Whereas
I would agree with that.
Let's imagine like this world's main, like let's imagine somehow the starting grid was the same if we were at PMB or Southern Nats or whatever, like some race time event where almost all Americans go these days. Like no way it's gonna be Ongaro and Ronafalk fighting for the win against each other. There's gonna be Mayfield and Fenn will be a lot closer at least, and I'd even say Fenn would probably win, and even Mayfield probably win over Ronafalk and
I would like to
Ongaro,
see that happen though. I would like to
so
see
that's
that happen.
that's the reason. Like we're not being unrealistic that the Europeans are just so much better, but looking at the circumstances, looking at the races we go to as Europeans, and as when Americans come to Europe, as what races they go to, it's always more likely that the Europeans are gonna beat them by default because the level is high. They have lots of variety, or we have lots of variety as Europeans. So sort of they have all the benefits, but when Europeans go to America, yeah, they're gonna, of course, America should beat them. DNC, like Europeans know what it's like. It's not that un-European because it gets so rough, but something like Southern Nats or PMB, where it kind of gets rough. It's indoors, you get polished. Like even like Neo, like Americans want it more often than Europeans because that was more American style track. It was basically American track in Europe. So, and it makes sense at the American zones because they are better generally on tracks like that.
Yeah, it was interesting to see. We have some questions about Ongaro that in the bench racing that I want to cover. I don't want to get into too much of that, because I want to get into the Ongaro, what he is now and all that stuff now. But I would say look, man, Ongaro was the best guy all week. And he won.
Yeah,
and we don't. It's just simple as that. It's he was the calmest. He wasn't flustered. He wasn't. He was always smiling. You know, you saw him, and he was just like, you knew that he had something in the back in his back pocket.
It's so like somehow fascinating to watch him go on a driver's stand, then run a fucking 60-minute or 45-minute final. And then just after that, he's like like little bit shakes and like little breaths, and that's it. Like he's just come home from a little run or something.
Yeah,
like,
I liked
just a walk in the park, you know.
I like the busty shirt. I thought that was cool.
But he's like, you know, to him, like even the main, like he starts up front, then every lap he pulls a little bit more gap, and then when he gets like the advantage of that he's a full fuel stop ahead, he just gets into the rhythm and just starts driving normally. Of course, like everyone makes mistakes when the final is that long. So Ronafalk caught him up in that. But sort of like most of the main, it just seemed like they were like before the main, they decided like, hey, let's pull out a gap. Then we do one fuel stop more, and I think we should win. Like that was the plan. And then he just go on there, drive, and then after the race, like, yeah, I won. Like, yeah,
it was
like that. It's so like
it
looks so effort. Like it seems like they're putting no effort into it, but still they are the best. And even the pit stops, like Ongaro's pit stops were probably a second faster than anyone else all throughout the week. In qualifying, he was always like half a second ahead of everyone when it comes to pit laps. So like in every segment of his race program, he's like ahead of others. Some would argue, like I would argue, that David's car probably was more comfortable to drive, and that's probably why he ended up catching Ongaro, considering he started from the back. But in the end, Ongaro still won. So like there's like every single aspect of his race program is so it's like it's all designed to him, and it all suits him so perfect. Like the car works, they know what tires they run. Like, yeah, they know they have to pit once more, but it's like, yeah, he's gonna drive faster. Okay, like
nice. You know, and then if you listen to the episode 208 when we talked about Coelho, JQ brings up a lot of similar driving habits between him and Ongaro, because I think what JQ is trying to do right now is really analyze Coelho and Ongaro's driving style. And he's doing a
Yeah.
good job of analyzing this. And I think what
Yeah,
we're
we-
seeing here is the next evolution
Mhm.
of an RC driver. I talked about this, and
Yeah.
where we're going to have coaches and all this type of stuff. But this is, I think, what Ongaro and Coelho are doing is something that you can bundle up and teach it. I
Yes,
think you can take what you have
exactly.
and teach it.
Yeah. So this is why me and JQ, like, all year we sort of been like, when he got to America with David, like, we've been talking together, like, how David drives, what he likes, and why some things he doesn't suit us, and trying to understand why he likes the car a certain way. And then at the World's warm-up, like, when I was there just pitting so I could look at everyone's car, after the World's warm-up, or even David was discussing with me and Joseph about how, for example, Coelho drives, how Tessman drives, and how, like, some people drive. And we like this sort of idea that Coelho is something you can teach, and Ongaro is something you probably cannot teach, but you can teach what they're trying to do. You know, you can teach, like, how the way he does it, but someone has to be, like, precise as him to do it as well. But there are people like that for sure. So I think that, like, the ending conclusion we came to, like, then was that, like, there are drivers like Ronnefalk and Tessman who drive a very specific type of car that's tailored to them, and, like, they know the limit of the car, and that's why they can drive it right at the limit. Whereas Coelho and Ongaro sort of have the car a certain way where they can set it up to places and then just drive sort of for them normally. So you don't have to sort of be one with the car as much. And I think that's the reason why Coelho and Ongaro have been so good in multiple classes. Of course, David is good in multiple classes too, but he's very talented, just as these other guys are. But when you are at that level, you're going to be good at anything. But, like, why Coelho can win European championships in so many classes and world championships in so many classes, that's the thing.
So me and my think tank, which is my buddy at 6 o'clock in the morning, we're drinking our coffee. He said it could be because, all right, so I always go back to this one corner because this is the one corner I got to see over and over and over again, because I thought this was probably one of the hardest parts of this track, which was the downhill double corner that was the next lane over of the drive of the straightaway. So I was like, right here where we was calling the race, you could have a clear view of that jump, because you jumped on and you can't see how steep it is, and then that's also where it broke up, and then people started pushing on to the end. So if you take a look at this and I watched how Ronnefalk attacked this, I watched how Davide attacked this. My buddy goes, man, it's cultural. That's what he said to me. It's a cultural thing. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, look at it. And then when I examined it, he was right. He goes, you look at Ronnefalk. Well, Ronnefalk probably isn't as fast as Ongaro on that corner, because Ronnefalk's too calculated around that corner. So as soon as he finishes, as he jumps and is going on, and Ronnefalk's like doing 3 movements to get ready for that turn. Whereas Ongaro's like, jump, and like as soon as he lands, is doing that movement, he's putting his car into a drift and completely. And Ronnefalk doesn't drive like that. He's very controlled. Whereas Ongaro is very on the limits of control. I think both of them drive within their limits, but I think Ongaro drives past a limit.
Yeah, Ongaro drives in a way where he lets the car do the work. You know, he puts the car into a slide. He lets it slide and then goes under the throttle.
That's a great way to explain it.
Yeah, he sort of has a car that's really numb, and if you do something, it reacts, but then it doesn't sort of go over or go back, or there isn't any sort of too fast movements anywhere. So he can throw the car into a slide and control it out of a corner, or if he wants to drive at the edge of the grip, he can control it very carefully at the edge of the grip. Whereas David is always driving. He has a soft car in terms of geometry, but a slow roll because of like stiff shock coils, and now he's running very stiff diffs too. So the car reacts to stuff very slowly, but it's like still very soft in terms of the geometry. and lots of like jacking, and so there's lots of like movement in the car, but you calm down that with having stiff rolls.
Right, you can see. I could see every move that Ronafog made to go into that turn, which was controlled.
Yeah.
Whereas you would see where Ronafog just is like immediately as soon as he lands, it's like
so what David wants is the car to have this edge of the grip where it gains as much grip as the car possibly could, and then he utilizes that point of the roll or point of acceleration or lean or dive or anything in the car, like the car angle and how it's approaching the corner, and he's gonna use the maximum amount of grip to get the car around that corner. Whereas Ongaro says, okay, I want to just get out of the corner fast, and he throws the car into the slide and goes out fast. Whereas David wants to be fast throughout the corner and utilize sort of the best grip you have on the tire. And it's good when it's something like DNC where there are ruts and holes and you need to avoid them. So if you're driving all the time within the edge of the grip and something happens, you always know, okay, I can just correct. But when you throw a car into a slide, and then suddenly, this lap, it catches a rut and you go a bit wide or something. Now you're in trouble because you have a very numb car like Ongaro has. The front end doesn't really react like naturally. You have to kind of slide the car around the corners. So now you have a rear end that's sliding already, and then you try to correct it. So that's why Ongaro suffers so much at DNC, because they are surprises. But for example, here or like the Euros in Portugal, pretty much everywhere in Europe or where he's been fast recently, the tracks are of type where he can, when he goes into a corner, he doesn't need to think if there is something ahead of him. He knows, I'm going to put the car in the slide, and when I'm about to exit the corner, I start putting throttle on. And that's it. He does that every corner pretty much, and he lets the car do the work. Whereas David keeps it himself, he keeps it just about on the edge of the grip, and then if something happens, he can correct it because he can come back to that sort of window of grip.
Yes, I would agree with that.
That's the difference. I see why you find what you said.
All right. Before we go to, because we spent too much time on this, but we have to, because we were geeking out on it. Any other people impressed you? And I had another question. I have to think about it.
There was someone in the main I have forgotten that I think was
Buffalo,
at least somewhat experienced.
Barton. Surprised not to be in the main. Let's talk about that real quick. Robert, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Robert
was unlucky. Robert flamed out in the pits.
Right. And he was also in this slower semi.
Yeah, he was in the same. He was on the same one as David.
Yep.
And he flamed out on the last pit stop, I think.
I remember that.
So that's why he's out. But I think he would have made it in.
Yeah, I think so too. Tebow not making it. Cavallari bumping up from like the quarterfinals.
That was that was crazy how in the semis he was doing the same speed as Fenn. Like he was racing the whole semi with Fenn, but then in the end, like Fenn got by him and all that. And then Fenn had to go through the LCQ. Yeah. But like Cavallari qualifying like what 50th or something.
Something
fucking
like
crazy. Yeah, fuck it, insane. Like a guy who is a world champion like what 4 times, something
in
like
10
that.
Scale, yeah.
In 10 scale, yeah, and not like he's bad at 8 scale or anything. No, he's a raw national champion, I think.
But he did bump up to the semi. I give him that.
He did bump up to the semis, but like, how the fuck do you qualify 50th when
a lot of guys are low? Look at like Rivkin. He was on low.
Yeah, but I mean, Rivkin didn't even bump up from. Or did he bump up from the quarters? Yeah,
I can't remember. It's been so long.
But Rivkin definitely doesn't like this track. At the World Swamp, he was struggling so much. He was like
Mason Fuller. Did he make the semis? I can't remember. I can't remember.
Mason,
it's been so long.
I don't know. I can't remember that. But Lil Bump beat him. Lil Bump beat him for the junior title.
No, beat Caden.
Oh, Caden beat him?
No, Caden. He beat Caden.
Oh, Mason did run the junior final.
Oh, so no, he's 17 also.
Oh, okay. So that's under 16. So, okay, anyway. But
the top junior was actually Berkan out of everyone.
Yeah, because
he didn't get nothing.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Berkan would have won it, though.
They gave it to, I think they gave the overall to Adrian Parente, which is fine. He was like, I made the final. I'm fine with that. But in reality,
fuck, Parente. That's what I was forgetting. Him making the final, fuck yeah.
Did he make the final?
I
don't
think he
think
did.
so.
What?
No, I don't.
Oh,
think
did he make the semi? Maybe he made the
he
semi.
made the
I don't know.
semis. He made the semis.
But anyway, him like keeping this level up. Fuck, that's good. That's a great job.
Yeah, it's definitely looking positive for the Parentes. Lots of young talent on on
On the horizon.
yeah, on both sides. I think we saw see
Yeah, that's
I think
good.
it's been I thought it was a little bit difficult for a lot of my American friends that you see people like Jackson Bronson who's knocking on top fives in American races and stuff like that.
Mhm.
News downfall, but I kind of predicted this with just the type of track that it was, and
Wasn't
this-
that exactly what I said? Like these guys.
yeah,
can
of
be
course.
worth
But
a
yes,
quarter,
you was
so-
right. You was right about that. But I think it was hard for a lot of people to understand that. So a lot of my friends are trying to figure out why, and this track is don't have tracks like this and I said, look, man, it comes down to corner speed. I said jumps. So if you can, I said one thing about Europeans, they know how to go fast around corners, whether the rough, the high grip, whatever. So it was a good result. I think guys like Robert Thibaut Cavallari that probably didn't make the main. This isn't maybe like a Cavallari.
I think Thibaut should have probably been in the main. I think like he's qualified so fast, and
yeah,
Thibaut probably underperformed in the semifinals. I heard he had a bad tire choice or something, but
yeah, something like that.
But yeah, I think Thibaut like wasn't bad.
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
They were like
I'm not saying that these guys have had an illustrious career. They're coming on to I would say the twilight years of their career. So them not making a final, while it sucks, it isn't like I don't count Thibaut out or Cavallari out of any other race coming up there.
And also like this track definitely isn't one for Tekno. Like this is probably one of the worst.
Ruffalo looked very fast in the beginning
but
time of things,
the
but
thing
then he
is
kind
like
of faded off.
Yeah, the thing is like I have never seen Barufalo not look fast. That's not his issue. Like his issue is just keeping it on his wheels.
Yeah, and this was the last question before we move on to some news and your questions. So we have Ongaro, Ronafalk, Canas, three of the I would say there's probably 6 drivers on that level right now, and they are top 3 of them.
Yeah.
And that's including America and Europe. I would say it's 3 from Europe, and I say it's 3 from America right now.
Yeah. I think that, and they were top 6 at the world. So
and look, I'm not my boy Mason Fuller. I said if he doesn't make the final, this is a big thing. That young man has a lot of A-mains.
Yeah,
a lot of
I think
left in him.
I think he did all right. I don't think he did bad.
No, exactly. Now, here's my question. So we saw Ongaro and Canas fight in Italy on a completely different type of track for 60 minutes, had an all-out battle. Ronafalk was not a factor. He was not good. We saw that at Italy. We had a great battle. We saw Ongaro get frustrated for the first time, I think. Then we saw the Nemo race. So we got to see these guys got to race 3 times together, like where everybody's racing. We got to see them at the UK race where they're all fast, the fastest 3 there. They raced at the Euros. So each 3 of these guys have beat each other. And okay, the RCGP races aren't as big as these races, obviously, but the same 2 competitors there each time. Each time there's been a different winner. Do you think that these guys racing each other in the RCGP series, which we can say also about the American guys when they're racing in the races over in America, but do you think that is no surprise that we have these top 3 guys who have beat each other in each big race this summer?
Yeah.
You get what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think the RCGP helped these guys?
Yeah, the thing is 100% it did, because imagine, like, of course, in America you have race time events, you have Joey's event, so these guys race
and most
together
of these guys all went to these events in America. Let's put it that way.
So these guys do race together, but I do still think it has more of a feel when you're racing them 2 days of the weekend. You're racing them at very different type of tracks. Like if you think about the American one, that was like that helped David more than it would have helped Canas and Ongaro weren't there, but
right. I'm just thinking about the races that they were.
Yeah, Italy definitely favored like Canas and Ongaro, and then the UK probably favored like David and and that. So they all have had their challenges.
And the Euros, we had the Euros, but I'm just saying.
Euros too, and all of them have raced together like tightly for like even the freaking Italy main, like that was 60 minutes of Ongaro and Canas racing.
Yeah, I know.
And the
Pure
thing
battle.
is, like, you race each qualifier, you race like every time you go on the track, you race. So for sure, yeah, that definitely helps, because you can see, like, when you're following Canas, you can see, oh, he accelerates fast out of that corner, and you're like trying to figure out how I can gain on him, and like if you're Ongaro or David or whatever. So like you're even if you're not really thinking about it, your brain is still like analyzing it. You know, you see that car, yes, pulls off at that corner every time. Yeah, definitely going to change something in driving. And Mayfield and Fenn, they race probably 6-7 races together a year. Oftentimes, like Mayfield starts in 13th.
Yeah, but there's nobody challenging those two. That's the
exactly.
issue.
That's the thing. Like, there's only those two, and Mayfield always starts at the back of the grid. Fenn is always like second.
Well, not always at the back, but the only person that
sometimes TQ.
The only person that's been challenged him is Mason Fuller.
Yeah, Mason Fuller's the only one who's been even close at any times, and he's not been like challenging for the full main close. You know? Like, and the thing is, like, when has Mayfield and Fenn like actually raced like tire to tire against each other? You know, like there isn't much occasions. Like 45-minute mains, yes. Sometimes it's 30-minute mains, which is even
no
worse,
1 hour mains in a long time in America too.
Yeah, so they don't have, like, at the moment they are in a disadvantage because of the fact that Europeans race together so much. Like,
especially the Americans do too. I just think,
but it's more like about actually racing, like racing each other on the track, because qualifying is just like practice pretty much. It doesn't matter in America. The thing is, like, qualifying is practice because you don't even have practice at most of these events. Right. Even DNC had 1 round or something. 2. So like, yeah. So if you look at DNC, for example, like this year, you can see like no one had 3 good runs. And if you look at some guys in Europe, like when you go to Euros, like most people have 3 good runs out of 5 or something. Or like that's the thing I see. Like, Americans only get to actually race each other when they go to that 30-minute main in the end. And even then, most likely someone's going to flame out, Fenn's going to crash, and Mayfield's going to win. You know, like they don't even have to race for it, really. It just plays out a bit because also the tracks are challenging. They have big jumps, lots of cars in the field, like 15 cars in a 30-second lap. So like pretty much every 2 seconds, there's a car you have to pass or something. So it's not like you're just focusing on the guy ahead. You're just focusing on being the fastest you can to beat this one guy ahead of you. And the thing is, like, European tracks are much more smooth, much less jumps. Generally, if you crash, that's like a big deal. So Europeans keep the car on their tires much often than Americans at American tracks, which are obviously they have bumps, they have bigger jumps. It's more prone to mistakes, like big mistakes. Like, if you crash your car close to a marshal in America, that's nothing. Like at DNC, you lose 2 seconds. Like every other lap is like 2 seconds different because it's so bumpy. So like you don't have that thing where you're at the limit for like a long time, chasing someone, pushing yourself to be better for 60 minutes and still never go over your limit. And that's something that, like, especially for high performance athletes, that's something you need. Like, you can't be good if you don't consistently push yourself. Like, even marathon runners, what they do is like they train so that there's like a guy that runs with him for like 10 kilometers. And then when he's tired, the marathon run just keeps going and another guy comes and runs with him. So like he's running against like fresh like runners who are good and marathon athletes as well. But they are running just 10K, whereas he's running 40 kilometers. And like that's exactly what you kind of need in RC or any sport. Like someone that has a huge advantage on you, trying to push you where you can find like something. And when you race against others, like Ongaro has an advantage on like round corners because he has so little toe in and he drives very nicely around round corners. Whereas Canas is really fast out from slow corners because he has the pivot ball front end and short rear arms and he has a little bit of offset so he get more drive. And David just tries to match the car good around all the parts of the track. So he's like most sort of balance of those two.
Also, I think what you see is it's just more competition, higher level competition at these European races. And I'm not talking about the competition level in America. It's even, I think Mayfield said this. He goes, in America, we get to a level and we stay there because we're going fast and nobody's testing us.
Yeah, exactly.
He goes, here, it's like, I'm fast, but then this guy comes in is fast. And this is why we wanted to let's be fucking honest. This is why we wanted a damn fucking World Series, right? So we can see this more often.
Yeah, and the thing is also like, imagine something like Formula 2. Like, you make a 1/10 mistake on your lap. You don't drop the first to second like it's in an F1 or in RC. You drop the fucking 10th or something, you know? Like, one mistake. And that the only reason why that happens is because there's a lot of people and they're all a very similar level. And because there's so big mass of the people, they can race very close to each other. And that's the thing with RC. If we have more people together around the world, we find the people who are actually good at RC. Everyone's going to get better because everyone's going to race against better people. And it's not like in America, if Mayfield's like, oh, first run I was 5th in qualifying. Well, I don't really give a shit. I'm probably going to win anyway, you know? But in Worlds, if he's 5th, he's like, fuck, I'm already going fast as fuck. And Ungara is still beating me by, 5-10 seconds over 10 minutes.
Also, I think what you see in Europe, and this is my final word because we spent too much time on this, but we had to. We see clubs. We see a AFRA, who's a functioning federation. We see focus on youth. We see more youth spotlight, more youth nurturing. And I think that's where a lot of, I know it's different in America because a lot of clubs are for business. Sorry, a lot of tracks are for business, but definitely much more of a club culture and federations. And this is not have enough. Joseph complains about AFRA, but I think they do a pretty damn good job. And this is what it produces, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's not that you need clubs and you need federations, but you need structure. Because in America, if you think about it, if one day Joey and Dave was just like, fuck, I quit, what big race would there be apart from Raw Nationals, which everyone fucking hates, you know? If Dave and Joey, those two could just be like, fuck it, we quit. I don't give a shit about RC anymore. What do you have? You have nothing. Because America doesn't really, and also this comes down to like the way people think in that culture. It's a cultural difference too, where in America, people like to rely on businesses and people that enjoy it, that have passion for it. And Dave and Joey put on big events and they are good looking and, like, you know, high-end events in a sense.
Prestigious events.
Yeah, they're prestigious events. Obviously, we give them a lot of shit, but they have earned the prestige by putting them every year, making them look nice, attracting people to the events. So they are prestigious events, but they rely on pretty much like one or two people's decision to say, fuck it, we quit. And I'm not saying Joey or they will ever quit. Most likely they will pass it on to someone at some point, but like I don't see them quitting. But in Europe, that would sort of never happen. Like, you would need the federations of 40 countries and the actual EFRA federation to all agree that we fucking all quit, and then you would be without races, you know? Because for us, if no one does shit, we still have races. We still have national series. We still have FRGPs. We have Euros, Euro warm-up. And nobody really has to do anything about it because the structure works that way. And that is the issue why I think we sort of, even if we do shitty, we still have like fast drivers. We still have big races. And we have little high-end racing. Whereas in America, it depends a lot on these, two people who I took as an example. I can't hear you, Lefty.
Sorry, I had myself muted there.
Yeah.
I never thought of it like that. What happens if these two conglomerate, because the two biggest, you got the East Coast, got the West Coast, two biggest, arguably Silver State, two biggest races.
Yeah. My lawyers have instructed me not to continue too much on this topic.
In Europe, it's more of a club culture. Tracks have been there for 25 plus years, maybe, run by a club. It's different. Whereas you see most tracks in America are either run in a business as a business or on somebody's yard. Track changes are more easy to do in America because of rental equipment and all that stuff. So the track builders have to make track changes to keep up to par, keep up to snuff.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things to compete with, a lot of things, because actually we're going to talk about tracks closing. So we can talk about this in a little bit in our next couple of things, because we had some tracks close over the weekend.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to reiterate, we talked about the worlds like that because Max and I haven't really sat off and talked about it too much. We talked about it a little bit, but we wanted to do it publicly. And I know we're going off on a tangent, but I thought the worlds was great. I had a blast. Thank you to everybody that I met there who came up. I wish my biggest thing was I didn't get out as much, because once I kind of got up in the booth, I realized, okay, I'm going to have to kind of stay up here a little bit more than I was supposed to, that I was planning on, but I didn't mind that at all. And I hope people, I just enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Oh, I have to say this. We'll probably have to do a patron only podcast, but traveling with Greg was actually so much fun. So, and then Axel came out there. About the Thursday before the finals. So we looked like the number 100 actually walking on the road, because Axel's like 6'9", 6'11", something like that. And Greg and I look like two big zeros. But Greg I just have to say it, like he picked the hotel, he got the rental car, and he just kept saying, I don't understand why people aren't at this hotel. This hotel would be perfect for everybody. It had a bar, it had food. It was great. Even JQ, when he came to our hotel, he was like, no wonder you guys don't want to do the Airbnb. I was like, yeah. But I must admit, having fun with Greg, it was fun. Every morning we would go to the race. He would test out the lane change thing on the car and make sure. He's like, you think we could go around this corner? And it would automatically turn around this corner if I let the wheel go, like the lane change. He's everything. Oh, back in the day, Saxton would have jumped that speed bump. Like, whatever. Then every afternoon as we came back, he'd be like, did you see my car run? What do you think about my car? I said, I didn't watch your car at all. What do you mean you didn't watch my car? I said, well, I'm busy watching other people's cars. And it's like, it was a blast. I had, on that side of things, I thoroughly enjoyed my time with Greg. It was funny. And also, I didn't realize that clock repair was such a in-demand business. Dude, like his phone would not stop ringing. Like when it was like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning in California, and we'd be back home, his phone would be going, Kanuga clock repair, Kanuga clock repair. And I was like, dude, no wonder. Like then if you saw like one of my videos, in his boxes, I had no idea he was behind me. And I missed it. And I made a mistake. I actually made a mistake, and I was supposed to cut that part out, but I think it was like 12 o'clock at night. I was editing and I forgot it. So a lot of people saw that. And then he did it one day. He did it on purpose. He was in the back dancing and sticking his tongue out, and I had to stop and all that stuff. But I must admit, it was a lot of fun with Greg, and Axel coming out there made it fun. And I just had a blast. I'll tell you what, those frozen lemonades were the best thing ever at that track because it was so hot. And hopefully we have the e-buggy worlds next year. You're hearing, so hopefully we get that. Are you getting a time? Are you being asked to like hurry up? I see you keep looking over there. Anyway, I think we should go into some news real quick. And then we'll go into some questions, and then our main interview. Max is like, somebody's asking me to get off this. We've been talking for too much already. All right. So anyway, guys, we're going to move on to some RC news. And this week's RC news is brought to you by TNR Fuels and Hitec RC. Here at the NNRC, we're all about that glory, and that glory is Nitro. TNR Fuels is the hottest nitro fuel on the market, owned and operated by a fellow racer, Chris Nelson, and his family. Made by racers for racers. The fuel is currently available throughout the USA. For more information, to contact the company, visit them at www.tnrfuels.com or contact Chris at chris@tnrfuels.com via email. Find them on House of RC or find them on Facebook and let them know you heard about TNR Fuels here on the No Name RC podcast. Thank you to Chris, his family, and TNR Fuels. He sent me a nice message while I was commentating. I appreciate that, man. And also, big thank you to, I should have this up here, but I don't. I should have my Hitec one up here, but I did, but it's gone. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to improvise right here and bring it up real quick. So Hitec RC, thank you for their support. They helped me go to the Worlds. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you to Sue and Mike and all those guys at Hitec. Here at Hitec RC, they are leading RC systems delivering the highest performance and reliability supported by dedicated customer service personnel. The HSBC 938T1TH servers have efficient brushless motors, titanium gears, low consumption, constant output, and a metal case. They also have their new 10 scale orientated servers for the 10 scale on and off-road cloud. They are the DB778WPs, manufactured with their high technology industrial servo strength innovation. Because, you know, Hitec makes servers for many things, not just RC cars. You also have the RDX2 Pro charger, which I personally have, and I really do like. I can charge up 2 batteries at a time, as well as my cellular, have my head heating needs, all that type of stuff. And it has a Bluetooth dongle, which you can monitor everything off your phone on the app, which I do. Trust in Hitec, your server and charger headquarters. You can visit hitecrcd.com/where to buy to find your nearest retailer. Links for both of these are in the written description of this podcast. We do have some Hitec news. We do have some news. We're going to go through it real quick. We have a string of tracks closing on. So this is unfortunate. We have the warehouse in Alabama. They're actually having a fundraiser. They're going to relocate to an outdoor track, and then the goal is to build a covered facility at some point. But right now they need to relocate. They're actually relocating because the owner of the building wants to use it for expansion, so it's not because of lack of support. Steel City, who just had the 5th scale nets with all 60-something entries, which Marcus Feldman won, the dentist. They're closing down, which is unfortunate because this is, for me, is one of the probably premier on-road facilities in the world. And they're actually closing down because it belongs to the actual NASCAR track, and they want to use that for expansion. And the Ohio RC factory is closing down. Now, this is probably, I heard this is happening a long time, and tell your girlfriend, stop bothering you. So they've closed down. This track's been around for 30-something years or something like that. Indoor dirt track, I believe. It has the CRC race every year. Yeah, so this is closing down. I've heard rumors of some other tracks closing down as well. One major one might be in SoCal. I don't know how. I'm not going to say. I haven't heard if it's true or not. So people are going to say, well, we're losing. Is RC growing or slowing down or growing because we're losing tracks? Well,
yeah, but I want to say, oftentimes there's new tracks that pop up. Like, we lose these tracks, but there's always some other track people go to.
I think so the warehouse was a dirt track, like small 10 scale, but they raced 8 scale on it. Steel City was asphalt. Ohio was another dirt track as well, indoor.
Yeah, I think the issue is more 10 scale tracks are going to go to carpet.
Well, that's what's going to happen. Here's what's going to happen in America. It's just this is why I said that carpet is the future of 10 scale, is the future of RC, because it's just easier. You can have semi-permanent tracks, so you can have them in school halls, just like what they've been doing over in the UK. And Ohio RC Factory is a track for business. It's a business track. It's been there for 30-something years. I bet you the owner's just tired. Like the place probably needs to be renovated. Probably needs, the owner. Lots of things that happen, man. You just get tired. It's hard. I see this big.
And the thing is also, like, there isn't any continuity. Like, it is a business, so if he wants to say fuck it, he can. So he doesn't have to say like, hey, can you continue? Or when it's a club, it's like every year you decide who are the guys who are in charge, and if you say I don't want to do it, then someone else will do it. So
you get tired.
That's why European tracks have a bit better continuity, because like it's a club. It cannot really stop existing.
Exactly, because when somebody gets tired, somebody else takes it. Some clubs, so you have tracks like this in America too, but Ohio RC Factory was actually for business. So what? So we see this big thing. You know what? We'll save this for afterthought. We'll save this for our last thought, and the thought's going to be: do we need more tracks or do we need more people? We're going to talk about that in a bit. All right. So enough about that. That's bad news. We don't like any track closing, but shit happens. Like if it ain't making money, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Some congratulations. Georgia Peach State Classic with Mark Moon was successful. I think there was an indoor race, and the best type of indoor race you can have, similar to Wicked Weekend. They have somewhat success. They had 175 drivers, 340 entries. They were looking for about 450. Every person that I talked to enjoyed it. It was under a roof, but decided to open like Wicked Weekend. The track got rough. I noticed that these indoor tracks get this wavy type of roughness. You know what I mean? Yeah. I liked the track. It was built by Cade Burnett's father, Brian Burnett, and I heard he's a really good track builder. And I really, really, really liked the track. It had you didn't see it, but it had these like dugout sections, like where they dug out into the ground and made jumps. So the level was level. The floor level was the top of the jump was level to the floor, but you went down like these hills, and they made like these swoop-de-doos. I like that. They had a nice jump section in the middle. I think like the top guy that went to this was Tyler Jones, and I think he won this. Hold on, looking for this now. Pro Nitro buggy, yeah, he won it. Then Julian Oliveras. This didn't get a big like pro turnout because a lot of these guys just coming back from the Worlds as well. But I thought it was a good event for them. We helped promote them a little bit. He was on the podcast. I'm happy. My friends that went, they had a good time. And yeah, it sounded like it was a great race, a great event. Maybe one of those indoor races that not going to be a big entry race, but can still be good. So I hope that Loganville made enough money so they do this again next year. So congratulations to Mark Moon and everybody that done well at that. The LCRC Raceway up in Pennsylvania. Kevin Mama and his wife, Krista, they put on their Race for Cancer, and they always raise a good bit of money. They raised $26,000 for cancer this past weekend. So congratulations to them. Fifth Scale Worlds, the guy Feldman won it. This guy's like the best fifth scale racer ever. No surprise here. He did not have it easy. It was actually, I watched this race. It was an hour-long race.
Were they Europeans?
Yes.
Okay.
He's European.
Okay.
He's a dentist.
What is he for?
Marcus Feldman. Is he from Holland?
Denmark or Holland, something like that.
Yeah, but he's a dentist in full life. I think he won the European. No, he didn't. But yeah, it was actually, they do an hour-long main for this, and they had fuel stops. So
they had fuel stops.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they did it.
So
how many?
No,
one or two?
One. So they had fuel stops, and I believe they changed tires. I want to say maybe, but these were the longest fuel stops ever known to man. They were like a minute.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to shut down the engine for it, right?
Yeah, they did because they don't want to. The fear is like stuff catching on fire.
Yeah, because fuel catches fire like from heat.
So they done that. He won that. Graham Aslop, sloppy HB driver. He won the 40+ years. Where was that, by the way?
I think in Ferring, right?
What? Oh, yes. It was in Ferring. So that's good. Congratulations. Aslop's one of them long-time UK fast guys. He's been fast for a long time. Congratulations to him.
The thing is, like, it's interesting. Like, when I started racing, he was already, like, almost all the UK nationals, everything. He was always in, like, the top 5, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, still he's there in the main fighting with these guys. It's interesting how long he's been.
I remember reading about him in, like, Racer magazine and all that stuff back in the day.
Yeah.
So ProTech has a new budget engine, $300 3-port engine coming out. We've been talking about this. I heard there's a few of these in the pipeline. Ooh, that's what I want to say. Looks like Nova is back. I saw that Peter Ardern of Answer RC made a trip over there. So it looks like things are about to pop off with Nova or Nova Rossi, as we say. Yeah. I heard there's some other low budget engines in the works too. So I think 2023 is going to be the year of low budget engines. Red's released some new engine too. I don't know if it's just a different head. Somebody from
I can actually show.
Okay, you got it?
Because I have it here. So
there we go.
Share screen.
This is where we need a producer, which we're going to talk about.
Yeah. So here is the new engine. So basically all they've done is modified the crankshaft, and they have a new backplate. So it has slightly more power, and they say because of the power they can use less fuel, and it has a matte gray cooling head. But otherwise, it's the same as the old Super Bella. So it has very slight issues. This was like the World's edition too.
Okay.
So that's no crazy deal.
No big thing. I get what you're saying. All right. Oh, real quick, shout out to my boy Justin Wild. He had his Wild Events race up there in the Pacific Northwest. The track looked really good. I'll see him in a few weeks at RCGP. Great race director as well. All right. So Joseph and I did a full podcast on the 10 scale worlds. I know you wanted to chime in on something here. Been a popular podcast, by the way. I wonder if Bruno has heard it. I think he would like it.
I hope he has.
I hope he has. If you guys haven't checked it out, episode 208 was X-ray cheating at the Worlds. It's just don't get triggered by the thumbnail. Listen to I saw some people that commented before they even listened to it. And I'm just like, I knew this was going to happen. I knew you didn't listen to it. So, tell us what you think about this controversial 10 scale, these claims. And you had some facts as well about this Worlds that we kind of missed.
Yeah. So, these Worlds, I think Bruno controlled pretty much from the start. I don't think, like, looking at the first qualifier and he TQ'd by, like, fucking 10 seconds, what the fuck? Like, that was insane. Like, I looked at the results, I was like, how the fuck is this impossible? Like, shouldn't be even possible. It was dry, too. It wasn't, like, raining or anything. So, already then I was like, okay, Bruno is going to win. But to me, the more interesting part was not really Bruno winning. It was actually which brands did well. So again, let's go to me sharing the screen. Now I'm a pro at this, so you don't have to worry about it. Wait. Oh shit! Now I'm a real pro at this. Wait. No, I'm not. Okay. Now I'm a pro at this. So here we are at the results. If you look at this, so X-Ray won, obviously by Bruno, but behind him, it's Christopher Cobb with the Yokomo, Crap with the Yokomo, Akio Sabu with an Axon TC10, which is basically a modified Yokomo. So Axon is a newer brand who's going to come to the market with their own car, I believe, but they have all the cars they've released use a lot of Yokomo parts, and even the chassis, I think, or at least parts of the chassis are from Yokomo. So then Hackback with the X-Ray, the only Automatics in the main, Mark Reinhardt in 5th, the only Schumacher in the main, Orlowski in 6th, another Yokomo by Yannick Prumper, the only Mugen in the main by Velker, and 4th Yokomo / Axon car. So Hayato Ishioka drives Axon, but a 4th Yokomo, basically. Axon and Yokomo, we can separate them, but I do believe they still work quite closely together. And both Prumper and Capt are sponsored by Axon, so I believe they work quite closely together. But then Gilles Groskamp with Infinity, and then rest of the Infinity, like Naoto Matsukura. He's a world champion in touring. He's a 3-time world champion, or 4-time actually world champion in pan cars, and he's in the B main. Like this isn't like Infinity got 10th, 11th, and 13th. Like I definitely wouldn't be happy with that if I was them. But back to the sort of major point I was making. 2 X-Rays, 4 Axon / Yokomo cars, and then the last 4 just single Schumacher Automatics, Mugen, and Infinity. So that's something that is interesting, because we hear from Joseph all the time that our Automatics is the best car. We hear from like Rona Fox says it's so good, and everyone who tries it says it's the best car. But somehow they haven't even they still can't sort of win like that. It's still X-Ray and Yokomo, and I say still because if you look at the history, this has been the case for quite long. So again, I'll be showing some
Oh man,
things
you
to
have
you
found the
guys.
share screen option and you are liking it now.
Yeah, so that's the Reds engine. But let's go back to 2012 because 2010 Mark Reinhardt won, I believe, with an Tamiya. So 2012 was the year where Groscam won with a Tamiya again. But if we're looking at the brands, there's Yokomo in 3rd and 4th and 6th. And then there's lots of Tamiyas. Tamiya is obviously gone. HB is kind of gone too. But Yokomo is the only brand that's still alive from these brands. Schumacher is
Kyosho is
alive.
gone.
Yeah, Kyosho is gone. So like Yokomo is the only brand pretty much here that's still there. There isn't actually even an X-ray here. So then we can go into 2015. Again, an Asian brand, a Japanese brand, Yokomo winning by Naoto Matsukura. And this is his car. Damn, I don't have the rest of the results, but I believe Velker was second, or I think Velker was second, and but it was pretty much a Yokomo lockout. At that time, Velker won the ETS. He had won pretty much everything. In 2016, this was the year when Bruno started winning. I believe Bruno won the ETS that year or was challenging Velker, and he TQ'd the Worlds in China. But what ended up happening is he would make a very silly mistake in A3, and Velker would end up taking the title then. And again, with the Yokomo. And yeah, I should have had the results. I think I have it here. So again, we can see it's Yokomo, and then 2 Yokomos in the main on top of Velker.
And we just see
Naoto-
X-ray coming in. Hagberg
but
and
we can see X-ray coming in, but X-ray is already in 2014. But Tommy is still in the game. 1 Serpent, 1 Capricorn. So these are sort of the few odd brands that are always in the main. But even here, Yokomo and Tamiya are the most dominant brands here. And I believe that was the case in 2014 as well. Now moving to sort of the X-ray. Well, I wouldn't call it X-ray era. I would call it more Bruno era. Because he won in 2018. But there, Infinity didn't go. Velker was there. He TQ'd, I believe. But he lost out to Bruno in the main. So, again, Yokomo in second. And now, if you look at Goelho winning, X-ray again in the front. But as we went through earlier, it's like basically 4 Yokomos in the main.
It's still there.
Because it's like Yokomo has been, and X-ray has pretty much always had, like even like 2016, they had 2 cars in the main. 2018, they probably had 2 or 3 because some people didn't go. But here they again have 2 people in the main. So X-ray sort of consisted at 2 people in main. Yokomo sort of battling with other brands a bit. Like they have had sometimes 3, sometimes Tamiya had us 3, but they have always been sort of the most dominant brand in main. So now I come back to why I want to bring this up. And that is, how come this Asian brand who's pretty much given up on like paying like Velker and Naoto the big money for winning the Worlds and shit, and they do release new cars, but they don't have like when Yokomo was winning all the ETS rounds and Velker was their like star driver, it was that they sent people, they sent mechanics over, they sent people, they had multiple drivers over, they spent a lot of money in racing, and they won. And they were most focused on ETS and EOS, I can remember at the time. Well, Associated was big in off-road, and X-Ray was obviously always big in on-road. But Yokomo was always sort of the dominant team because Ronald won almost everything. And then these days, they've cut back a lot. They still have a few top drivers, like Mayfield's on their team, Lee Martin's on their team, and in on-road they have like Brumpa and all these guys that were fast here. But like they have fast guys, but they don't have the top pros, and still they manage to be the biggest one at the world. So why? Like, I would like to understand, like, why is this possible? Because like it seemed like to me, like the Yokomo was the last brand to update to this sort of carbon fiber arms and this sort of new style of car that everyone, X-Ray brought out the T or X4 and the who else brought out? Oh yeah, Automatics always has been that way. But X-Ray brought the X4. Well, Infinity hasn't come up with a car like that. I think they will soon. But Yokomo was like the last of the big brands to sort of go this new direction in on-road, and still they are succeeding. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit babbling on now, but to me, it's just fascinating how this one brand does so good at this class
For so long.
And like
even non-existent in off-road now. Like,
yeah, but the thing is like that's the on-road side is to me more interesting because off-road it was clear. They had Warnemont, they had Mayfield, they had Lee Martin, who was the best driver in Europe at the time. So they had the best drivers pretty much in the whole world. You know, they have Mayfield in America, they have Lee Martin in Europe.
They had Cav at one point.
At Cav, they had for one point, but I think Cav joined a bit too late.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, they had all these guys. In Europe, they had Warnemont for a while. He went to all EOS races. They had like Japanese, like Kaito Kodera or something like this. They just sent to all EOS races. And there was always like Yokomo people there. And like they spent a lot of money on off-road and also on-road. But to me, the on-road is more interesting because when they stopped spending that money on on-road, it kind of died off. Lee hasn't done good. He didn't even make the Euros final this year in two-wheel drive, I believe. So off-road has been really, really bad for them. Even Mayfield has struggled for a few years now. But they don't spend the money they did spend on on-road before, but they still do get the results. I think Capt just is about to win or won the last weekend's ETS. I think he won the one before, or Prumper won the one before. So they're winning ETS races. They're doing really good at the Worlds, but still they aren't spending, or at least I believe they aren't spending the amount they did before.
Mm-hmm.
But in off-road, that didn't work for them. So something they're doing on on-road, they're doing it so much better than others that they can be at this level.
Interesting. Before we leave this, and I wanted to talk about something. How good is Mikhail Orlovsky?
Yeah, he's amazing. Like, imagine,
he's really good.
Had he had a fortunate semifinal, he could have made the main for the 8-scale Worlds.
Which I think is impressive.
Like, he's like top 3 for the Euros in 10-scale. On-road Euros, he does the A main. Races ETS all the time in A main. EOS, he wins it. Goes to the on-road Worlds, finishes 6th. Off-road 8-scale, he's like straight to the semis. And possibly could have gotten a main in there.
And 8-scale like, Nitro is not like
and think about it, and you have to think about it this way too. He's now, I believe, 21 or 22.
Mm-hmm.
When Coyle have won his first European title in what it was 2014 or something like that, 2015, somewhere around there, he won his on-road European title then. So Coyle was like, I think 21 or 22 back then. So Orlovsky already has European champions on his belt, and he's gathering the knowledge to drive other classes as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, and because the thing about Orlovsky is he's much younger than people sort of give him credit for. He's only about 20. Like, of course, Tessman won the Worlds at the early age, and Ronafok and all these guys, but they were always focusing on just one class. Whereas Orlovsky drives so many classes, and when he has this sort of idea of how he needs to drive a car to be fast, when he has that together in his mind and he can produce it onto his cars, I think he could be a guy who could be sort of the next Coelho, sort of dominating
I would not
every class.
He's part of that evolution as well. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
And he's very interested in like working as a professional athlete, you know, like all that fucking tennis bullshit and like
he's doing
it looks funny
with Powell. He's doing
that
stuff.
It looks funny, yes, but and when we look at F1 drivers doing it, we just think like, oh, that's just for looks or whatever. But it's not just about making your reactions fast or something like that. It's about getting in the mindset of that you're a professional athlete and you need to perform at your highest level. Yeah, and some people can do it by drinking beer in the night, and then in the morning I'm going to race some RC cars. Some people can do it. They're like, even a golfer, that guy who smokes cigarettes and shit. Like even him, like, yeah, there are people like that. But most people, they need to act like a high performance athlete. You know,
well, I don't think anybody. There's only a few people that are approaching RC in that state of mind.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like in the future it's going to be more that way. But like in F1, no one's James Hunt anymore.
Exactly.
You can't be James Hunt anymore.
Exactly. I agree with you there. 100%. So what we're seeing this evolution. It can be taught, just like the guy Alton Baker taught these Supercross guys how to be better. It can be taught. All right, Max. I think that's it for news. If we missed out anything, we'll get it on the next week. I think we're gonna go over to the interview with Lucas. Then we'll come back and do the BechRacing bench race and Q&A. We have a few questions, get through that, have our conclusion, and I think that's gonna be it for our podcast. You cool with that?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go on to the Tekno RC main interview with the Captain Ahab and the White Whale author, that is Lucas Lauren, one of my good friends. Thank you to Tekno for all their continued support, and I hope you guys enjoy this chat that I had with Lucas, and we will be back for the BechRacing bench racing Q&A.
Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products. Tekno RC. Excellence in engineering. #Tekno Takeover.
You guys have probably heard me talk about this guy on the podcast before. I've gotten to know him over the last few years. I think he likes RC more than me. And he was actually, I think we had you on her for when we was doing the grassroots racer segment. You was on her as well. I think you came on and that was a while ago. We're talking almost 3 years ago. You was on her. That would be so. Joining me, you guys, I call him Captain Ahab, Captain America, Lucas Lauren, man. Wow, welcome back. Like,
thank you.
You
Glad
have
to be here. Big fan, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate you have been one of my biggest supporters. I appreciate that, man. Seriously, from the inception.
Every episode.
That's impressive. You know, I have guys that binge all episodes. It takes like 6 months, but you were from the start. You liked it. You encouraged me. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the support that you've given me of the podcast over the years, man. Trust me. But you have been on such an interesting journey yourself, because when you was on her the first time, you had never even been to an out-of-state race, I think.
I never even been out of town. I only raced at my local club race, and never left town. Raced maybe once a month if I was lucky, if I could get off work.
Yeah, because so Lucas works for BechRacing. He's the guy there. I think he's probably like the manager now because he's been there long enough. People just do what Lucas says, I think. But yeah, shortly after that, Brent started sending you out with the trailer, and you started going to races. And then I really, really was enjoying your writing, because I like to read stuff too as well, and your blogs, like the Captain Ahab and the White Whale, I really like that, because you put some sort of figure to it, and then you've gone into the vlogging side of things, and I've complimented you. I was like, hey, that was good, like your editing's getting good, this is good, I enjoyed it, all that type of stuff. So I mean, I guess, how does one go from barely racing or barely leaving South Carolina, but you was, let's get something straight. You was racing. You race every Wednesday at BechRacing. You did every race at BechRacing. You raced at Badlands, because now you guys own Badlands, which is awesome. Yeah. And you worked you worked strictly at BechRacing, but you didn't travel to race. But now you go to almost every single race in the Southeast.
Yep. If it's
so, how did that come about?
Man, well. So I started working for Brent, and shortly after, I don't know, probably within a year after working for him, I convinced him I was like, look, we couldn't get any race entries at our 10th scale races because everyone was out 8 scaling. In the Southeast, you can 8 scale almost year round. So 8, 9, 10 months out of the year, we couldn't get anyone at our 10th scale races. So I'm like, hey, Brent, if you can't beat them, join them. So it's like, let's get this trailer. He already had the trailer, and he
Mhm.
took it out like maybe once every blue moon. He'd just pack it up with some stuff, go to some race, and sell some stuff. But it was never really full, and it wasn't something we'd do very, very often. Once a year, maybe.
Right.
So I finally convinced him. I'm like, Luke, let's just load this thing up. I'll go on the weekends. I'll go locally, in just the Carolinas, and we'll just sell stuff wherever the race is at, where all the people are going. Let's get some of that action. And yeah, it's just one thing led to another. I did that for like a year almost, and then he started sending me to the bigger races, which is like Race Time Entertainment. So within the first year, by the end of the year, I was going to Race Time events, but I would go to race. Like there was one point I went 10 weeks straight, every weekend, boom, boom, boom. So I was getting a lot of experience, learning how to drive. I couldn't really drive an RC car. Honestly, I just goofed off a lot. I thought wrecking was fun. People used to get mad at me. But look, I was having a good time.
That's all.
So
it comes on to.
Yeah. It's just it was really cool. The first year is really cool, and I started thinking, like it's kind of a neat opportunity. There's some sort of story to tell, a little bit, nothing much, but I'm kind of doing adventures, so why not? Let's just write about it, take some pictures. And let's see if I can write something funny or interesting to read or whatever. And so I did my blogs for a while anytime I'd take the trailer, I'd write about my experiences going, how the track was, and anything funny. Even if I had to make up some stuff, I'd try to throw something funny in there.
Right.
But that really, honestly, writing is very, very difficult.
It is. It is.
Very hard to do, and to keep it up and be inspired to do it. I kind of lost a little inspiration after a while and just teetered off. And then I started shooting the videos, and I kind of played with video about 7 years ago, just rough editing and just goofing around. And I decided I just want to try it again. And I'm really into the videos right now. It seemed like at the time I started the videos, BechRC was kind of stagnant in its online presence.
I would agree there.
I didn't think we were like just promoting anything well enough. I figured somebody had to do it, and we'd always kind of like talk in the shop. Hey, wouldn't this be a good idea to do a video about this or whatever? We always had these great ideas, but we never really followed through after that, And I remembered I liked doing videos, so I just got a GoPro camera. I'm like, look, I'll just do some cheap videos, just whatever. I'm not really writing anymore, so let's just kind of chronicle my video adventures. I'll throw something together and just see what happens. And I'm all about it right now. It's fun. It's still an opportunity, like going on the road all the time and doing everything I do. Why not chronicle this and save it for, people might look at it somewhere down the road or whatever. It's just another thing for people to get into RC. I don't know if I'm bringing any new people into RC. My stuff is kind of catering to just people already in it, and a lot of inside jokes or whatever. I goof around, but it's still something to watch on YouTube. I watch YouTube all the time. So yeah,
it's content, and we need more of that. Like as much as we need more racing content online. So I really enjoy it because I enjoy your humor. You got like you'll say a bad word or a word that you probably shouldn't say, and I enjoy that. And
I'm trying to clean it up a little bit.
I don't mind.
Brent said no more F-bombs, so I'm trying not to do the F-bombs. But
I know. You can F-bomb on this podcast. That's not a problem.
All right, I'll have to. I'm a beer bomb right now.
Yeah, but to say that, I remember before I really knew Brent and Bush. I'm drinking Presidente, by the way. So.
If you don't want people to drink your beer, drink Bush Ice.
I actually have drank some of your Bush Ice, so I would agree with that. Don't drink it. When I remember before I got to know Brent and when BechRC started, he was very active online on Facebook, like having the monster trucks there and all that type of stuff when they first started. And I know how that goes as you get bigger, because what it is, BechRC's growing. Like it's amazing. Like I told Brent the other day, I was like, I remember when I first met you in the trailer in 2017, and I'm amazed at the growth that has happened since then. You know what I mean? And it's you guys, the crew that put in the hard work. Obviously, Brent too. He also puts a lot of money back into the racing community as well, which I really appreciate.
A lot.
And he's been a lot. Like he sponsors
people have
a
no
lot.
idea. Have no idea. I mean, he's got 3 professional drivers just under his Ultimate brand. So, and they're
Exactly.
top level.
And he's got Brent BechRacing everywhere. You know what I mean? Somebody's got a BechRacing banner everywhere.
He sponsors tons and tons of races. Every week he's getting requests to sponsor some race or another, and he sponsors a lot of them.
Yeah, and he's been a big supporter of this podcast from the inception as well, which is always like, and I was just telling him the other day, as I do, like, obviously his growth is a lot bigger than mine, but I said, dude, if you'd have told me like in 2017 that we'd probably be at these points in our careers, I would be shocked. Like you, yes, him, yes, me, no. But I really am super happy with how BechRC has grown. Like, it went from like a Southeast type of shop to nationwide now. And I would even say now with I know probably don't get as much international sales, but I know that people internationally know about BechRC. You know what I mean? And that
get quite a bit of international, and we're definitely we're in the the RCGP, and he travels the world to do this thing. He's going to this year's Worlds in Spain.
Yeah, I know.
He went last year to Italy for the RCGP. He's in California a couple times a year, going to whatever big dirt Nitro event there is. Stays pretty busy. I don't see him very much, maybe once a day, if I'm unlucky.
Yeah, and
if we're feeling lucky, we can go 3 or 4 days without him.
The BechRC team done very well at RCGP in Italy. Leo Valente was really fast. And the kid Max Hesse, you can see he was super professional. Like every time a camera was put in his face, he was like, "Hey, what's up?" And that's because he's a full scale. He's training to be a full scale racer. So he's like in the BMW junior program. So they actually train those guys how to interview and all that type of stuff. And you could see it in just the way. And you know what? He was fucking good. Like he was fast too. He wasn't no slouch. Like a part-time RC racer. I'm looking forward to the UK round and who Beach is going to send there. I hope they send Leo Valente again because he was fast. And it's going to be very interesting. But yes, I'm super happy with how Brent's growing. Obviously we've been on a few trips together as well. Well, not trips, but we've been to California and he's a lot of people have gotten to know him because that's how RC is too. It's very personal. You gotta get out. You gotta meet people, shake hands, kiss babies, all that type. Because what we do is very interactive, and I'm glad he's done that, and people will be able to put a face to BechRC. So that's one thing he's done that's very positive. But you are the second face because you go everywhere. I didn't watch your recent one where you went to the SOS finals. That was at
Loganville,
right?
RC Complex, Georgia.
Right, because that's Mark Moon's track.
Mark Moon's track. Yep.
I am going to have him on her shortly because we're going to do some promotion for his race that he has coming up in September. Yep. I heard that they're doing some very good things at Loganville is it Loganville the one where they're doing like ask me questions and stuff like that? Yep. And that's good stuff.
Yep.
Good stuff.
Loganville, they pretty much they're the golden standard in the Southeast of how to run a club, how to throw a good series, and basically just be good people to the community. But they have real successful club racing. They get from 70 to 100 entries. They can race 2 to 3 times a month if the weather's right and they ain't got anything better to do. They're racing. I mean, those people club race all the time. And then they throw a really good series. And then Mark Moon, he's got this new event coming up, the Georgia Peach State Classic in September. He's been promoting this thing for a year. He's been working on it for a year. He's all in. The guy's super motivated. He's prepped. He's way ahead of everything. So it should be a really good event. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, and I like that it's like in a under arena but open. You know what I mean?
Kind of like
so
Wicked Weekend.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
So I'm going to have him on. I need to have him on very shortly because we was talking just before I went off to Italy. And I like that. I like people who are doing positive things because we need more club racing. We need to get new people into racing. And
they do
just,
it.
it's at the tracks.
They focus on what do you call it, novice class. You can spend like a year in novice, and they really let them kind of just slowly grow. And then when you do get out of the novice class, they got sportsman classes just for the people that came out of novice. So no sponsored class, you really just basically aren't a novice anymore. So before you actually start racing guys with 5-6 years experience, whether they're good or not or whatever, once you get to intermediate or the pro class, those guys have spent a long time racing their peers at a lower level, non-skilled. And, once someone actually gets fast enough for intermediate, they bump up. But they really focus on just bringing new people in. And they're the most successful at doing it right now that I've seen in the Southeast.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but positive things about what they're doing there. And people have to understand that the Southeast is full of tracks. I think the last we counted,
Saturated.
it's oversaturated with tracks, to be honest. It needs more people. It needs more people than tracks. But you have so many, I think we measured from Charlotte and we went 4 hours or maybe 3 to 4 hours out, and we counted 22 tracks at that time. And that's a lot.
Yep.
But it is also a very healthy. The Southeast is probably, I would say, if not the healthiest racing community in America, to be honest. I think it's actually, even though SoCal has the better weather and stuff like that, I think if there's a good weekend somewhere in the Southeast, there's going to be 8-scale racing somewhere.
Every weekend, multiple races. It's strong. But it's just the oversaturation. We only got so many racers, and, you got to support your local track. So, if local tracks are on a race, the guys that might want to travel a little bit are going to stay at the local track because, you got to support them first.
So big races. What was your first big one that you got to go to?
Wicked Weekend.
How did you like that?
I love Wicked. I think it's probably my favorite race time race. It's definitely my favorite race time race.
One I want to go to as well, just because it's open.
You haven't been there?
No, I haven't been to that one. How did it feel? I've seen you've seen some of the top guys come to beach and race 10 scale and all that there, but to get everybody at Wicked Weekend, that big race atmosphere, as a first time, I wouldn't say you're a first timer, but for you going to a race like that, did you get those butterflies in your stomach?
No, racing wasn't a big deal. I was actually racing all year, every single weekend with the trailer. So I actually went there and did really well. I just fell apart in the main.
Right.
But I do remember going there and just getting the first vibe of the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And it reminded me of when I was young and I used to throw rave parties in my 20s, and we'd set up big events, big speaker systems, trusses, lighting, everything. We'd go big, we'd get 1,000 people at our parties. So
really,
as soon as I got there, he's jamming music, he's got everything set up, it's big time. And first thing I'm thinking is, man, this reminds me of a party atmosphere. Just before they open the doors, everyone's outside waiting in line, and you can hear the music in the background. It's just really cool. So I told Dave right off the bat, I was like, man, I'm really impressed, and I want to come to more of his races. And I've been. I think everyone.
I even though Dave and I might have our issues, I think he puts on the best indoor races events. I think PNB was well done. I think Southern, that's what I just recently watched. I enjoyed that as well. Well done on that. I look forward to Wicked Weekend and AMS coming up. Because he gets all the big stars there, and I like watching the big stars, but I also like watching the intermediate guys, because that is a very, very, very hotly contended, competitive class in the Southeast. They're super competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of young, fast guys coming out of there. And I remember you said, hey, you got to watch this kid, Cade Burnett. I think you told me about him about 2 years ago. And I was like, all right, I'll watch him. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I really got to see him at RCGP at SMB. I got to see him, Then I got to see like David Olsen, who is vastly improved. Joey Bardon, super fast now. And Cole Caston and those guys. And Logan Colwick was also fast.
Yep.
And I just watched all these young kids, and I'm just like, wow. Like these kids are fast. Like, and I just want to see them race more. Like, it's so much potential. Like, I was really like Olsen has gotten super fast. I remember when Olsen wouldn't even touch nitro cars.
Oh yeah, he was a short course driver.
And now he's out there killing it, like, and doing a good job. And it's really good to see, because we need to uplift these youth. Like, as much as I know we have these old farts like us racing, it's the young guys. I mean, just today, as we're recording this, it's Wednesday. I watched like 16-year-old or 17-year-old Tommy Hall. He is a 2-wheel drive European champion. Like, he beat guys like Coelho, Orlowski, and some of the top carpet drivers in Europe. This kid, and at one point in A1, his brother was behind and racing him. Isn't 17? That cool?
He's only
16 or 17 that he won this. And this was like an Astro track, but it was like they put the Astro over dirt. So it's rough, and it's got natural jumps, and it's got like it's Robin Hood Raceway. And I watched this, and it was him. Then it was this young kid from Denmark who came second, I believe, or maybe came third, but he was good too. Then it was Orlowski, who's still young. He's like 21, but he's just been racing since he's about 12. And I look at these young kids, and then I see it in America too. I see like in Mason Fuller's, not, he's not like, he has on a whole different level right now. I looked at Joey Bardon qualified 6th at Southern Nats her the other day. You know how that's like, these kids are getting faster, and it's good to see, because they're like they kind of are coming out of the shadow of these older guys. We're still fast. In a little bit, they still have to beat them.
I'm waiting.
They still have to beat them.
I'm really waiting for one of these young guys. Dakota is actually one of these young guys, but he's just been around so long you don't look at him like that next up and coming buck. He's been there. He's been there bucking for a while. But Tyler Jones, Seth Mandalin, Mason Fuller, all these younger kids that are just nipping right there at the bottom.
Yeah.
Who is going to dethrone these top old guys?
I think it's Mason Fuller, man. At this point right now, if you was to tell me anybody that's going to do it right now, he almost did it at Southern Nationals. That's how good he is. And he's just getting better. And like, I talked to his dad, and they're just got a great program going, and it's a family thing. And the brother is now racing again, so he's getting faster. And excuse me. And then we ain't even throwing in guys like Brandon Rose. We got the Aiden Horns, who's still without their Cole Tallard. He was looking good. Right now, I think you have, from your top 5, you have your top 5 guys that are really, I think, above. You know what I mean? They're like on a whole different level of people. And then you have I would say from there on to about 25, you have some serious tight competition. Like, there is, and then there's not even, there's the guys like, look, a Little Bump. It's going to be he's going
to be he might be like maybe one of the next young ones that wins the Worlds before he's 18 or whatever. He might win Worlds. I think he could win the Worlds in the next 4 to 6 years. I remember watching him a few years ago, and I was telling Brent, it's like, Brent, you got to look out for this kid's feet. we got to get behind him somehow. We never did, we never actually teamed up, but I saw that kid, I don't know, 3 years ago or so, and he was just amazing in the sportsman class, just so clean. And
yeah, man. It's impressive. You get to see this, though. You get to see it a lot more than me, because you got to these races. I know you're busy, and you're busy working, and you don't race much anymore, though. That's the unfortunate thing. So I know how that feels. You get so busy where you can't race anymore. But you're living these adventures, and trust me, it's not dramatic. It's not glamorous, people. Sometimes I think you have to sleep in the trailer. Sometimes, yeah, camping life. But you always did camp life, though.
Camping shower, and it's fun. I make the best of it.
You know what? Every time I talk to Lucas, he's always having a good time. I haven't seen you angry yet.
I got it. Look, man, you only live once. I've lived a long time. There's no reason to stress about anything anymore. I really don't have much responsibilities except for basic living, pay my house bills, and that's it. And just work. Obviously, I work all the time, but I don't want to kill myself working anymore. I don't want to like work 2 jobs. I don't want to work in a job I don't enjoy. I've worked in jobs that suck, and life sucked when I didn't like my job. Life just sucked. So I try to, usually when it's my hobby, I kind of try to pursue it a little bit, see if I can make some money off it, and then hobby turns into a job, and I'll find another hobby and pursue that.
But you found RC kind of late too.
Sure did.
Right?
About
you found
40
it
years
at what
old.
age?
Yeah, about late 39, 40 years old.
Yeah, Lucas is like a vampire, guys. He's really like 80 years old. He just looks like he's like my age. But you found it late. You went all deep into it. How do you like working at I mean, it does get, I mean, I've had burnout, I've had to kick myself in the ass and get out of burnout and get hungry again. You work there, working at BechRacing, traveling to some of these races. Is it a time where you get burnout and you just say, okay, I need a break?
Oh yeah,
Has it come
absolutely.
Yet?
Yep. Yeah. Sure. I tell Brent, and I'm like, all right, as soon as when I get back with this trailer, I'm taking a week off. I'm spent. But every time I take time off, I'm usually thinking about RC, or I'm designing a track at home, or working on some videos, or who knows. It's like I never really escape RC. It's always in the back of my head, just
I know exactly how you feel.
Part of my life. It's not something I can clock out at work, but RC is always with me. Even right now, I'm out of work, and if I wasn't here, I'd be at the track, probably racing or calling a race or something. But I'm not at work. I'm at home, and I'm talking about RC. So
I know how you feel. I can't go. I wake up mornings with ideas in my head, man, and I'm just like, okay, I got to do this right now, or I'm going to forget it. So it has come. I know it's consumed me. It's my passion. And when you make a living at it, it kind of consumes you even more, because for me, like, I'm like, oh, I can see that it can be so much better. I want to see this, and I want to work towards this. But what I've done today, I think I told you this the other day, what I'm trying to do is kickstart my passion for doing RC again. And that's actually not coming through racing. That's the funny thing about it. That's the weird thing about it. It's not coming through racing. It's coming from my RC boats and this Tekno truck that I'm gonna build, and then I want to get like a low CS, like doing that type of stuff with my family and grabbing content for that. I want to enjoy that part of it, because what I've learned, I remember like I used to have this attitude towards like bashing. Like, oh, bashing is like I don't like it. I'm racing focused all the time. And actually, Mark Santamaria was the one who kind of made me look at this differently. And I was like, he's like, man, but we have all these bashers over here that love RC, but they don't know what we're doing, or they're nervous about coming over and doing what we're doing. So I want to bridge that gap. And I was like, yeah, I like that idea. But as I've watched him, and I can see what he's doing, I'm like, yeah, we're missing out. We got all these people over here that have RC cars, have some sort of RC experience, and we're not even trying to. I know BechRacing does a lot like of stuff to get new people into RC, but as an industry as a whole, we're not even putting any effort to try and get these bashers to come to race, I think, personally. And we have an untapped market there that we're not catering to. We need to get there somehow.
It's hard to get to them, if you don't have a track attached to your hobby shop, then you're probably just so a hobby shop without a track, it's probably not going to sell much race cars, whether it's on road, off road, no track. Why are you selling race cars? But odds are your race car market isn't even the biggest. It's always the basher market. So if you don't have a track, how are you supposed to introduce this basher you just sold the Traxxas to?
Yeah, because you guys get a lot of what I didn't realize, you guys actually are very busy during the peak summer months down there, where you guys get a lot of people that come in to rent Traxxas slashes and and get to race them on the track and all that stuff. Oh, by the way, guys, I go on to Beach RC, right? Lucas gives me the control. Like I can't draw. He give Mike. I went with Mike, so Mike does a few laps. I'm like, give me control. I've never really driven on clay like that before, and I don't even get one corner, and then I just jump right into the wall, and I think, Lucas, I think I broke your car. And it's like, no, you didn't. And I was like, then you drove off, and I was like, I'm sorry, man. I felt so bad. I broke your car. I just had to say that story because I forgot all about it.
They broke for like 6 months too. Everyone's like, you gonna race this weekend? I'm like, no, man, my car's broke. Sorry.
I know. I feel so bad about that. I can't want to honor to break your car.
Perfect excuse not to race. So.
Yeah, I mean, you got a club race going on tonight. That's why I was like, are you gonna go club racing or are we gonna do a podcast? But what have you? So, I like your girls with the. What have you learned? I guess as well as you've traveled to these races, you've traveled to local series, you traveled to big races. What's your opinion on the health of our hobby, on the health of our sport per se? Like it's a sport. We do the hobby of it as well. You know, it's a hobby / sport. What do you think? Like, where can we make changes? What would you like to see implemented? Or like if you had a magic wand, what would you do?
Lord, no idea on that one, but yeah, like it's a good question. So I don't know. I'll tell you this, from what I've seen, RC is alive and well between bashing, off-road racing, drag racing, crawling, you name it, you know. It's alive and well. RC's not going anywhere. If anything, it's just going to get more popular. Just to detach from all this, digital entertainment, video game stuff like that. Sometimes it's just cool to control something else besides your video game. So RC's alive and well. From what I've seen, the racing scene is strong. I mean, how can you deny it? We just broke 2 records in 1 year over on the West Coast and on the East Coast for the biggest races in history. It was like back to back, actually. I think it started
lots
with
of Europe,
and then it went to Cycle, and then it went back to Silver State. It was like record break. So racing's alive and well. So I don't know. I think RC.
And I just said today on Facebook, like it's like RC euphoria. Like I got. I'm geeking out. We got a whole bunch of racing over in Europe now. I'm excited about that because they haven't been racing for 2 years. We got all this racing going on in America. We ain't even got to the world yet, and we got a whole bunch of racing to go before we even get there. We got the Visions race coming up. We got the Euros coming up next weekend. We got 10 scale. We got the 10 scale dirt nats as well, which should be good. We got good weekend. Then we have the Worlds. Then we'll have the race from Mark Moon right after the Worlds. Then we have AMS. Then we have RCGP, which everybody. I have put my vote in where I want RCGP.
Wonder where that's going to be.
I said put it where people want it, and people are going to go.
Put it where RC2 will actually show up.
Yep, I agree with you. 100%. 100%. And leave them. And I wanna show this off that it can be better. Because it can be. Because they did a very good job in Italy, by the way.
What is up with RC2 not showing up in Europe?
Okay, so this was my thing.
For like 2 years straight that's happened.
So I looked at it this way. I think the Italians said, I'm not gonna pay $160 to race on a track that I can race on, because this is also, it wasn't a complete track change also, you know what I mean? And you have to understand, excuse me, I kind of examined it, what RCGP is doing, different formats, all that type of stuff. The Europeans are used to that. It's nothing new to them. So when they didn't show up, I was just like, yeah, it's too expensive. It's just like that. You know what I mean? It's the track. They changed some features, but it wasn't a complete track change. By the way, it was completely awesome. If you ever get the chance, Lucas, as a fan of RC, you should travel to Europe, you would. Hey, Lucas, they had beer on tap, like
Yeah,
on
sounds
tap
awesome.
all day, cold, and you got to use an Italian bathroom because I did. And
Well, I want to try one. Does it spray up the butt?
well, yes, that's after you squat.
I'm all
So
about
then
it.
you squat, then you go and do the other one after that, the bidet. So, but as it was small, but the RC2 guys went and they raced and they had fun, I think. And I told the RC2, I said the RCGP team, I said, treat this, okay, so then you have this many RC2 guys, but they're here and they're going to have a good time, just like this is 100 guys here. And that's what they did, and they accomplished it, and they actually got, so each group got a lot of runtime. I think for England, because they just also, so England, now they have a very strong federation. So what their rule was, okay, you can have a race if people were worried about racing the RCGP race because it fell 15 or some time before actual national race at the same track. But the RCGP talked to the federation, they worked out a deal. So hopefully at what we'll see in England, which will be great, is that we'll have the RCGP side. What we'll see is the best, like guys that are like, that will be in semifinals, maybe at the mains in the worlds, will be able to race RC2. So it's like open for everybody because it's like, hey, it's a nationals during 2 weeks' time. Everybody could come practice. It's going to be on the tire that works because they're going to change. They're not changing the actual layout, but they're making it like multi-surface. It's not just going to be all clay. And I'm looking forward. I think I'm going, and I think we're actually going to see I'm calling it the RC2 Battle of Britain because I want to see. Okay, yes, we're going to see the RCGP guys, and maybe some of these RC2 guys could be battling with these RCGP guys. But what we're going to see is what we saw in South Carolina, which I thought was great, was showcasing of the talent of the RC2 guys. And I'm looking forward to that. And I vote for putting RCGP where I know the people are going to come do it when it comes to America and doing it. And I've already put my vote in, and we're going to talk about my vote where I want to see it go. But I'm just a small fish in this. But I want to see it go to the Badlands because I like that track. It's the time is also a great time for it too. Is like Myrtle Beach is kind of calmed down. You can get good rates on hotels. It's still time you can enjoy Myrtle Beach and all that type of stuff. Everything's close by, and the track's badass. You know what I mean? And you guys, so let's talk about that. You guys have taken over Badlands. How much influence, how much work are you doing on that? Are you like involved in that a lot?
Not really. It's a slow progress. We're still just kind of slowly getting things together. We really haven't started a club format yet or anything. I think we've had probably 3 or 4 races there. We had a Spring Sting. Spring Sting was good. Turned out good. Had over 100 entries. Not sure what the count was, but it was plenty of people. There's no reason to need any more or less. It was great. So club racing. 2 or 3 club races we've had, and decent turnouts. People come, we have a good time and race. We really haven't put a whole lot of focus into it or attention, just because we really need to. Well, we need to like figure out a way to make a gate that people can come in and go out. We need to put cameras out there and come up with the whole club system, day passes, month pass, yearly pass, all that stuff, and it takes time, takes money. So we don't really want to throw a lot of money at the track. We want the track to pay for itself. So as we go and throw decent races, get some entries, we'll buy more stuff and make the club awesome, pretty much. But for the most part, it's just kind of it's in the back, except for when we're club. Like a week before we're going to club race, we're supposed to club race the first weekend of every month. A week before a club race, we'll start talking about it, go out there, look at the weather, get a game plan, and just let people know. Before we took it over, they weren't club racing very much for a couple of years. So the habit of coming to Badlands, the club race, people just they're really not in that habit right now. So it's going to take a little while to get people back coming. No knowing that, first weekend of the month, they're going to race at the Badlands. So it's just a slow progress. And we also, we got big races coming up.
The Masters
soon
of Dirt.
enough. Yeah,
Dixie Nationals.
It's only June right now, but yeah, we got Dixie Nationals, Masters of Dirt, which is BechRC pinnacle event, 10th scale, obviously, but probably kind of seems like it might be one of the biggest 10th scale races in the country.
Funnest.
I think it was last year. Definitely most, whether you 10th scale or not, you need to buy just one 10th scale car. Come to the Masters of Dirt. It should be like a bucket list race. You'll probably leave being like, I've never been to a race like that before. I can't just really go into detail. But you come there, you have a good time. No doubt about it. The competition's through the roof. It's crazy competition, but there's classes for everybody, so you don't have to be fast. You can just do whatever. Be a regular guy with a 2-wheel drive stock buggy. There's a place for you there, but if you want to have a good time, we'll show you a good time.
Yes.
Then right after that, we got Fall Brawl. Fall Brawl is going to be our first Fall Brawl that we took over. Fall Brawl is been around for 20 years. We got a lot, pretty high bar to step up to. So big track change. I'm sure I'm going to design it, which means I'm going to probably kill myself trying to build the thing with all of our track crew. So yeah, we just got a lot coming up. So no need to blow our load right now.
And you got races to go to. That's the thing about it.
Got all kinds of crap coming. On top of that, Brent's always in the background coming up with more crap to do. He's probably scheming some new big race that no one's even thought about yet, or bringing in some new product, or Lord only knows. So
he doesn't stay still.
No.
When I message Brent, I give it like 48 hours till he responds to me. That's what I give, because I know it's busy. But I do appreciate when he does respond to me. I've loved his growth, and I know you've been right there alongside of him. And it's awesome to see, your progress, and in RC, your vlogging. I really like it inspired me. I was like, all right, I'm gonna vlog a little bit. My vlog's a little bit like, I do 3-hour podcasts, but I do those little 90-second vlogs like on updates. I like that. And I just hopefully we got to hang out with her. Because my vote is to have RCGP at Badlands.
Yeah, I love it. Been mentioned, but Badlands, or if it wasn't Badlands, that would be two in South Carolina. What's that?
I heard Loganville would be good too.
Yeah, Loganville. I mean, even the West Coast, when they were over there at
would you come over to the West Coast? You wouldn't have to work. Yeah. You'd have to just race.
Yeah, I told Brent I'd go to the West Coast, or I definitely want to go to a Nationals.
Yeah, you should.
I haven't been to a Nationals yet.
You know where you would like to go to? I think you would fit in really well. Pacific Northwest.
Maybe.
Good racing, good people. They party. They drink a lot of beer. And they have a lot of indoor racing during the winter. And I have no doubt that you somehow, some way, you will make your way up there. You just got to keep. Hey, so if you guys ain't, honestly, you guys are missing out on content. It's BechRC on YouTube, correct?
Yep. It's just the BechRC page on YouTube.
And it's not even up to 1,000 subs. So go there and sub that shit out. Let's get that shit up to 1,000 subs. Let's get this guy his 4,000 watch hours, because he's doing honestly, the editing that you do, I just like it. I enjoy it. And it's a view of, me, I'm more rushed. Walk around. I try to do everything in one go. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? You like to edit, like to do all that stuff. You take the whole weekend in one day. Me, I'm more like, what's going on today? What's going on now? And I like to sit back. I sit back and I watch your vlogs, and I'm like, okay, now I know exactly what happened at this race. People are having fun. I see the big triangles of pyramids of Coors Lights. And I just every time I watch it, I'm just like, man, I really would have liked to have been there. I don't know how much I would have partied, but I would have liked to have been there to refuse to party and go home and get some sleep. But I'm happy to see that for you, because I think you're the type of guy that deserves that. You know what I mean? From the first time I met you in 2017, you always just been a wild spirit. You calmed down a little bit now because as you got older, but to see you being able to go and participate in RC, I know it's not always fucking unicorns and cupcakes either. You know what I mean?
Not at all.
But
people have no idea
exactly
the hours I pull doing that trailer. I can do ridiculous. Like I can work all day, get up 6 in the morning, go to work, go to beach, pack up the trailer, get on the road about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, drive throughout the night, show up to that track, unpack the trailer, get everything ready, maybe get a couple hours of sleep, wake up as soon as I start hearing some Nitro cars, which is butt crack of dawn, go for a 3 or 4 day weekend, drink beer the whole damn time, shoot video, race cars. It's a hard
and
job.
sell stuff.
And sell stuff. I have to sell
Busy
stuff
man.
on top of that.
At RCGP, you also had to entertain the Mexican guys.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
that wasn't very hard. They entertained me most.
Oh, they were, yeah. Lico,
Those
actually,
guys are really cool.
Yeah, they are very nice guys. Lico was in Italy, actually. I was shocked. He's like, oh,
Yeah,
I have to go to a conference in Germany. And I was like, no way. So it was cool to see him there. And yeah, man, I encourage you to do that. Like, come over to, like, after going over to Europe and just seeing the vibe over there, I think you would really like it. Like, on the Sunday after RCGP, like, after that 60-minute main, which will come out later for everybody, which didn't get the pay-per-view, which was great, which was awesome. It was a great 60-minute main. Like, people were just hanging around. The guy Marcos, like, took out his DJ equipment, started playing music. They had like a little bit of finger food and some sort of drink that they drank. There were people there like they just came to watch. Like, they were dressed to the hilts. Like, you know, they were going out to eat afterwards, and it was a good vibe. All right, so before we go, as a pro-American, I said the body that we got for you. That's JQ's body up there in the back there. That one.
Let's see. This one
That
right
one
here.
there, yeah.
That's professionally painted by Brent's painter. I can't remember what his name is.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I thought I gave you the JQ body that was painted.
No, you gave that to somebody else.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Well, where did that body come from? That was
I
like
don't know.
JQ's body he ran, or
Yeah.
what was that?
It was he ran it at Southern Nats 2018 when he almost burnt on the pits. Larry Genova painted for him.
Yep.
And he said these colors don't run.
No, we sent that song. I tried to get that body.
Yeah.
I tried, but good. So no, and then this one I actually painted myself. Both. Well, that's
I like the pictures in the background too.
That's a Losi.
Hey, so we got the World Championships coming up here. A lot of it's I'm not gonna lie. It's a lot of America versus Europe going on right now.
It's always.
I know, I love it. I love it. But I Spain's open, so people can go. I just traveled there without any issues. I think you have to do like a PCR test or whatever when you get, or take one or whatever. So I'm expecting the Americans to go. I think this is going to be one of the best most important worlds we're ever going to see. I think the same American guys are going to be fast. We're going to see Mayfield, Fend. I think we're going to see Tebow, Cav, Shine, just from experience. Testman, even though he's not American, he's Canadian. I have Fuller in there as my.
This will be hard to make that main. How many go to the main? 12?
I think 12.
Well, that would be a hard main to make. I mean,
and they have to all race in.
So many top paid professionals not make the main
on a Euro style track.
Yeah, that should be interesting.
Big track. They're gonna slow it down a bit, but I mean, we're talking about a track now. Like I saw it in Europe, like just the speed that these guys carry, because you know the way the tracks are designed is more motocross. It's more, you know what I mean? It's more just carrying speed, jumping long jumps, and you know, I can't. I'm excited. I'm excited, man. I'm really excited about it, and I know I'm a geek for RC, but the world is gonna be awesome. America versus Europe. And watch this. Watch like Kyle McBride win, and it's from Australia, and we all be wrong.
I hope some nobody wins. Just some.
It's gonna be hard.
Number 30 guy. You know,
number 30 guy, like the kid who won today in the Euros. Like I had heard about him, but I didn't expect him to win the Euros. He won it though. He won it.
It's bound to happen. It's bound to happen.
It is,
or
man.
We could get a repeat. Let's see who we got. Who could repeat?
Angaro,
Ronafalk,
Tessman.
Who else? Tessman.
Battier.
That's it, huh?
Fatty A, but I don't think so.
Oh,
Or
no.
maybe Finn, Mayfield, Cav, or T-Birds first.
Could be. Fenn's looking really fast. And
Finn is.
I'll tell you what, Fenn can win if the track doesn't throw them all off. If it just being the Euro track or whatever.
I'm not even worried about that.
Really see it. That guy drives every week, driving something or another. I don't think it being a Euro track or anything is going to make any difference.
Oh, him.
I think actually just being in a different country, dealing with food and the hotel or whatever is probably be more of an issue than him driving on a Euro style track, just because the guy drives on anything. And he drives everything, carpet, 10 scale, 8 scale.
I have him as the best all-around off-road racer at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't, and I'm a Ronafog fan, but at this moment, Dakota Fenn, in my book, is the best all-around off-road racer in the world at the moment.
Yeah.
Did you hear that, Barry?
Barry
I hope you message me and say thank you for saying that. He messaged me already about the Euros and all that stuff. I think he is. Lucas, anything you want to say before we sign off? I don't want to take up too much of your time. I really enjoyed this chat, by the way, catching up with you.
Yeah, man.
And I just want people to sign up and check your vlogs, man.
Yeah,
because I think they're really missing out on some good stuff.
When I put out this latest video, about 2 days in, I had like a couple hundred views, and I put a lot of effort into it, and I thought like I did something better than normal. I just thought it was little something better, and man, I was so demoralized.
Don't be.
When nobody was. Well, it's not like no one was watching. I had a couple hundred people watch it, so thanks to all those couple hundred people that watched it. But it was funny because that night, after I'm just sitting there drinking a beer, I felt like I was kicked in the balls, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch this YouTube video of like how to grow your channel. Right? I've been trying not to watch anything like that because I just want to raw dog it. I'm just do the way I do it and just.
No, but it helps though. It helps.
It does because I watched this one video. I only watched one, and the guy told me exactly what I needed to hear. He was like, this isn't a sprint; it's a marathon.
Yep.
No, you're not. Just because you make a video, you're not entitled to people watch it. You have to earn these people, and you know what I'm saying. And just like the simplest things, I almost knew it in the back of my head. And the funniest thing is, the next morning I wake up and it got like 800 views in one day.
Awesome.
It was like it was just perfect. But I needed that. I needed
Yes.
to just take it on the chin and be like, don't have such high expectations and keep doing it, and it'll get better. Everyone who has a successful anything, it takes a long time, and you got
consistency.
You got to fail and just keep going, and then eventually, just like you, Lefty, man. I mean, come a long ways, brother.
Hey, like I look
Didn't
back
come overnight.
Yeah, no shit. Like people like this has been a grind, and I'm enjoyed it. And then I look back and I'll be like, oh man, that audio was so bad back then, but the content was good. And now I'm venturing into the YouTube stuff a little bit more, and I know I'm gonna get into the editing stuff. But I'm just, I'm super fortunate, and I'm super blessed that people like yourself, they kind of latched on to the podcast and what, I get it. We don't like, not every 195 episodes is a banger. I get that too. But what we try to do is we try to entertain, we try to inform, and try to, also see if people can change your thinking, because things can be different if we just change the way we think sometimes. But right now, like, man, I'm hungrier than ever. Like even though like it's 4 years, coming on 4 years, I'm hungrier than ever. Like I want to do more. Like I'm ready to go, and I enjoyed my time in Italy, and I'm gonna work a little bit with the guys for the Euros for this next weekend virtually. And man, I just want to be a part of making. I want us all a part of it, because this is RC inclusive, but I just want to be a part of making RC cool. Like and like I think it's cool.
You're killing it.
You're killing it, dude.
I don't think anyone's doing what you're doing. So, I think me personally, I think you got the best podcast out there.
Thank you.
I haven't listened to Mark and Bobby Moore. I don't know if they do it a lot or not.
They do, like, you know who's so you would like Joe Zaire's podcast, Ran Out of Talent. He's super savage.
I've listened to him a few times.
I like Extra Lap guys, Extra Lap from over. I like Tim Smith. I haven't listened to him for a long time. He's super controversial in the RC in drag world. And then Charlie Mack and DeMarco and Craig and Mark, they're doing like a Dirty South podcast every couple of weeks, which goes they go, it's just pure fun. It's funny. They just like cracking on each other, and I like. I'm like this, man. The more podcasts, the more content we have out there, the better it is for everybody.
Yeah, and the cool thing is they're all just a little different. No one's really like copying anybody. Like everyone's kind of doing their own thing, even in the podcast world. Like you and Ran Out of Talent and whatever. You guys are not, even though you're doing podcasts, they're not really.
Different. It's different.
They all have their own little style, you know. And
yeah,
it's like Mark Santa Maria, and
he's killing it. He is fucking killing it right now.
Yep. And
super proud of what he's doing.
Who's it? Ryan Harris.
Yep.
Two completely different RC styles of video, you know. So it's like you can, if you're looking for RC videos, you can definitely find a lot of cool styles out there with, you know, their own personality and stuff like that.
And let's not forget, The Village Idiot has made some good videos too.
Yeah, Village Idiot makes really, really good videos, especially when it comes to instructional. You'd be surprised how many people on the road that absolutely go out of their way to tell me how much they hate JQ. Those same exact people would come back to me a year or two later and tell me how much they got informed from his YouTube videos, or they bought the Invisible Speed book. And like the same people that hated him respect him for his knowledge. And, you know.
And I'm glad that you also was the first person to find all his grammatical errors in his book. Because that's exactly what he would do to me if I made a Facebook post that had the same grammatical, which I do because grammar sucks for me. And I was like, and he couldn't even say nothing. But that was good, man. You keep doing what you're doing, man. Look, everybody, BechRC on YouTube. Follow the I say Captain Ahab and the Tales of the White Whale. You know, I just look at you like that. I like that. I like the theme. And
I'm pretty sure I got the Ahab name from you.
Yeah, I think
you're the one that gave it to me.
I like it. Well, also Captain America, because you always have American flags on your car.
A lot of people called me Captain America because of the paint schemes or whatever.
Yeah. I need to come up. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, one time you posted something about I was going to just be at that track, and you said Ahab. I'm like, or you said Captain Ahab. I'm like, did he get that? Did he spell that wrong? What's his Ahab? I didn't even get it. It took me like a few days. I'm like, oh, he's talking about Captain Ahab and, Moby Dick, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Basically where the white whale comes from, but I didn't get it for a while. And once I caught on, I'm like, I kind of like that.
I need to, you know what I need to do? I need to come. I've never done this. I need to come to America for July 4th.
Ooh.
And spend, I think I need to come and spend it with you and Brent.
Oh,
and
Lord.
I don't know if my liver can handle that.
Oh, man. You probably get alcohol poison, and you probably have at least one finger blown off your hand.
I've never shot fireworks ever in my life.
Well, I make it a point to blow shit up on Friday, 4th of July.
I do want to come. I've never been for that day and Thanksgiving. I've never been to America. So it's 2 holidays I want to come.
Both days are really good. One you can eat and just have a good time, family. Or time you can blow shit up.
And you can blow that because fireworks are legal in South Carolina.
Yeah,
so you can blow everything
every day
up.
of the year.
Awesome.
I got some in my closet right now from last year.
It was like I am stashing off for July 4th.
Oh,
well, Lucas, man, I consider you a very good friend. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate it, man. And you have my full support on everything you do because I just want you to continue making good content. Even when the shit feels like it ain't as good as you want it to be, you just gotta keep going. It don't stop. Like not everything's gonna be a banger. You just gotta keep doing. Consistency is key. Yeah, and I want you to race more, or at least I want to see you do some more RC bashing because I did enjoy the video where you took that armor car and you guys were just trashing. Like you guys, like, can it do this?
It's definitely the most popular. I mean, that's where it's at. I know I need to do more of it. And I'm gonna. It's just finding the time to do it. I do all these videos on my spare time. I don't get paid to do these videos, so
cool.
These are my passion. And if I get a chance, Brent helps me out. He bought me a computer, so I'll give him a little slack there. But for the most part, I do these on my spare time. Product videos. It's hard for me to find that spare time for them, but I need to do them more. I got like 5,000.
You got good ideas, man. You got good ideas. You got a good eye. You got a very good artistic eye. Like when I watch your stuff, I'm like, that looks so badass. I would never be able to do that because I know what I want, but I can never do it. And I love it. Like, and just keep up the good work. And I'm enjoying your adventures around the Southeast and just like Captain Ahab and Adventures of the White Whale. That's what that's it. Chronicles of the White Whale.
Thank you.
Would you like to say thank you to anybody before we sign off?
No, not really. Just thanks to anyone who watches my videos or gives me support online. Likes, shares, whatever. Appreciate it. Thanks Brent for employing me and giving me a paycheck for working. That's pretty cool. Appreciate. I actually do have a girlfriend. Probably wouldn't know it, but I do have a girlfriend, and she lets me just do whatever, and so that's pretty cool as well. So,
awesome, man.
Thanks to all those people.
Well, I'm blessed to have you as a friend. And I appreciate that. And you and I have gotten along since day one. And I appreciate your friendship, man. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
And keep up the good work.
Keep up the good work, sir. I depend on it. When I go to these big races, I got to leave like Wednesday night sometimes. I'm just thinking, I'm like, damn, it's Wednesday. I don't have no no-name RC podcast to listen to. And I got to listen to some news thing or something. Or Joe Rogan at least, but.
I haven't listened to Rogan for a minute because it's on Spotify and I can't get Spotify.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Oh man.
I gotta get a VPN.
When they were giving him a rough time a while back, I was like, do something to Rogan. I will cancel my subscription.
I did see that.
Second, Don't mess with me and my Rogan.
Yeah, I haven't
the
listened to
only reason I
it
subscribe to Spotify. I love Joe Rogan. He is the king of podcasts.
Your favorite one, Elon Musk.
I love Elon Musk.
You know what my favorite Joe Rogan podcast was, and he's done two. Forrest Gallant.
Who?
Forrest Gallant. He's the guy who works for Discovery Channel, and then goes to he's like, I'm going to this big deep basin in the middle of Peru that nobody's ever been to look for the giant three-toed sloth, and he goes to he tries to find extinct animals, and he's nuts. But I love him.
Did you listen to the one with Lance Armstrong? You know who Lance Armstrong is?
I did not. I know who he is, but I did not listen to him.
That's probably the most memorable one I can ever remember. You know what else was cool that I would never thought was the Mr. Beast? Did you listen to that one? Oh, he didn't, because you know who Mr. Beast is?
I do not.
He's the biggest YouTuber in the world, basically.
Really?
He's got the most views or whatever. And
I have to go check it out.
His videos are just not something I'd watch, but he goes all out. But regardless, listening to the kid and how he approaches things is really intriguing. This kid's all in, and he spent millions of dollars on his YouTube videos. He'll make $8 million on a video. He'll go drop $8 million on his next video.
Awesome. I'm gonna go Google it. I'm gonna go check him out now.
Mr. Beast. It's crazy. It's a crazy story. It's crazy.
Right now, I'm planning another hot food challenge to raise some money for something. So that's in the works. I'll do that live.
Reap. What do they call it? The Grim Reaper. No,
I've done the Packy Chip. I've done the Toe of Satan.
Well, I got to
do the Death Nut challenge now.
A Death Nut.
Not that nut. The other nut. Like peanuts. All right, Lucas, my friend. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good. When I look at you, I look at you and my buddy Sean Rusin and my buddy Tyler Zavadil. When I look at you guys, I look at beer, but I also look at the pure enjoyment of RC. And that inspires me, to be honest. My buddy Sean, we talk about RC all the time, boats and stuff. And I just and you and him are very similar souls, I think. And I think you and him will get along very well. He just loves RC. He loves everything about RC. Really great.
Makes you a kid again,
doesn't it? My wife is now starting to enjoy it. So she shall feature in some of these videos, and I'm sure they'll be popular, and that's good because she's got to help out.
Use her as the thumbnail.
This is
but they'll get way more clicks, bro.
Yeah, man. Hey, tell Brent I said what's up. I'll see him in September in Spain. I will have some sangria.
You need to come out the Masters of Dirt.
I would love to. Maybe
Fall Brawl or something.
When is Masters
end of October, Fall Brawl, first of
I think Fall Brawl is more I think I would love to do Masters of Dirt. Trust me. Yeah, I am branching up into 10 scale, but I think I like I just gotta go Fall Brawl.
Come Fall Brawl, one or the other. Do one.
Sweet. Well, enjoy your beer, dude. Thank you for taking time out. It was always a great chat with you. Keep up the good work. BechRC, let's get this guy 1,000 subs, and you're missing out on great content. And safe travels and enjoy the rest of your summer. Travel. That's the shitty thing. It's gonna be hot, so you're gonna sleep in the camper with the heat. Or do you put the air conditioner on?
Last place I was at, 103 degrees.
You don't put the air conditioner on?
Oh no, I run that AC. Honestly, sleeping in the trailer is not bad. It's just mostly the shower thing. But I have a
life of an
shower,
RC.
So it works.
Life of an RC superstar. There you go.
Things you gotta do.
All right, man. I appreciate it, and you have a good evening. And thank you for your time. It was a great chat, dude.
Thank you, sir.
Great chat. Thank you, BechRC, for all that you guys do.
You're welcome. Check us out.
Yeah. BechRC.com. You know that. Thank you, Lucas, for your time. And with that said, we're going to go to Lucas's place of employment, BechRC. Remember, everybody, there's an affiliate link in the written description of this podcast. If you want to support the podcast, you can use that link. It helps us out a lot. Please do that. Thank you to BechRC, Brent, and Lucas for the continued support. I will see them in a few weeks' time at RCGP, then going on to the Masters of Dirt race, my first 10-scale race, big 10-scale race. Looking forward to that. With that said, let's get on to the BechRC Bench Racing Q&A.
BechRC.com, the racers' one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BechRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BechRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, JQ Racing, Pro Circuit Racing Tires, Nitro Lux Fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BechRC.com today.
That's right. Thank you to BechRC. They have 3 big races coming up here in the next few weeks. They have their big oval race, the Dixie Nationals. Then they have RCGP, which Brent hasn't told me who's going to be able to track yet. And then they have their Masters of Dirt right after that. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Looking forward to hanging out with all my friends in the Southeast in a few weeks' time. And Salty Joe is coming. But here, we're going to try to answer your RC questions as best as we can on the BechRC Bench Racing Q&A. And the first one comes from Facebook, Steve Chamberlain. We kind of touched on this, but we'll touch on it real quick. What do you think made Ongaro so much faster at the Worlds, even from first practice, compared to every other race this year, when you guys thought he looked more average and beatable? What change did they make in the RC8B4 that woke it up?
Yeah, hard to say what were the specific changes, but I think the way Ongaro drives, I think he doesn't really suffer from changes in the front end that bad, because the geometry was changed to a stiffer geometry. I think that does hurt him in the slow corners, but for medium speed corners, it's probably actually okay, and that medium speed corners is where he gains the most, like, because of the car. Like slow speed, he's fast, but he does it himself. Like he lets the car slide and he controls it. So I think the biggest thing was when he when he switched to the B 3.2 in 2020, when that came out, which was the car I also ran for my Seat Associated, he struggled initially, and he had to go a bit weirder routes on the setup. But when he got it good, he got it good. He won IBC. He won Italian Nationals, I believe. He won the Reg GP. He basically won all the races there was in 2020/2022. No, 2020/2021. That's the time frame where he pretty much won everything. And in 2022 with the new car, yeah, he struggled at DNC. It didn't look good, but that was the first race most likely for him with that car. At least first big race.
And a track that he's, let's be honest, he's not.
And the thing, yeah,
DNC
he has, yes, he's TQ'd the DNC, I believe he did in 1 year, and he has finished second.
TQ'd around. He TQ'd around.
Yeah,
I think
that year when David hit the generator, didn't he TQ? At least he finished on the podium.
Maybe, I can't remember. It's been so long. I was too excited about the biking.
But I think 2019, I think, or 2020, I think, Davide ran the old car still, and he finished. No, they released the old car and the new car there. So he ran the new car and finished like 5th or something.
Could it be just something as simple as that he's fond form? Like I think that also that this track is everything that he likes in a track.
Yeah,
I don't think
also that. But I think I think it's just about him getting fine with the new car, because it took a time for the old car, and I think the changes from RC8 B3.1 to B3.2 were good. I do not agree with the changes from 3.2 to the 4, but I can see exactly why Ongaro's pace hasn't really changed at all. I do believe he has become more prone to mistakes, especially dumb mistakes, but I think the speed of him has stayed consistent, or even has even more speed these days, because in slow corners, he doesn't rely on the front end to turn. He relies on the rear end to steer the car. In medium speed corners, when you have a very wide upper pivot for the upper arms, when you have a very wide pivot, you have a very geometrically stiff car. This gives you more confidence and more speed at more corner speed when you're driving at a higher speed. So that combined with the sort of very slippery rear end, and he's very careful driving style where he knows how to keep the rear end from sliding and kicking out. And then in slow corners, he still has the steering because of, sliding the rear. So he has basically no negatives from this front end, whereas drivers like Rivkin, who drive with a lot of toe in, go into the corner and need the car to steer, but he doesn't have enough KPI to do that. He doesn't have a narrow pivot on the upper arms where the car naturally is softer and where you can naturally steer it more. So he loses on a car like that. But Ongaro, when he can slide the rear end and when he can drive the way he drives, he doesn't really have any negatives from this type of front end, even though there actually are negatives, and I think he would be just as good or more consistent with the other front end. But for drivers like Rivkin, it hurts him much more than Ongaro. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I would like to say. And that's my sort of analysis of the B4 right now.
And this question also, but this is going to be a 3-part question. You can combine somebody else. He also asked, what was the biggest change mechanical wise Ronafalk had to make from his car from warm up to the Worlds? I don't know. I wasn't in the pits enough to know all that stuff. Maybe you know, Max?
Yeah. So basically, what the process was that he went to a long chassis with similar weight bias. Because we had already the longer chassis, but he ran the short one at the warm up, and he preferred that then. But this time, I do believe they run the long chassis. I could be wrong with that. And then there are some new parts for the rear end geometry. I don't know if he has posted any photos of it, but at least inside the Discord, people are aware of that inside the America Performance community for 2023. So some bits there. And probably the biggest mechanical change would have to be like light. The car was much lighter for him. So they had milled out chassis. They had a lighter center diff. So basically a lighter car, and the changes in the rear end aren't massive, but it's just a refinement, change, and there are new parts for it. But I'd say the weight change is probably the biggest mechanical change, but the rest of it is just iron out the setup.
Okay.
So for David, that was the case, and I think he's now much more comfortable with the car. Because before, he was just he was comfortable, but he knew some things he didn't like. I think now he's much more like, I can trust the car at all times. At least he could probably here in the main.
All right. So I'm going to combine this question because it kind of goes into something that I want to talk about. So this is from Mike Keys. This is from Australia. And he wants to say, I'd like to see both of you consider this, put setup and mechanics aside, something that you can't do, but I can. Ongaro seems to drive like it means nothing, but it means everything. It's a special skill. Mike Keys, Australia. I would have to agree with that. That comes from he doesn't seem to feel any pressure. I've only seen him get upset once. That was in Italy. He definitely drives it like he's it's no curve. That's why I think it's like a cultural thing too. Like Italy, it's more free. More passionate.
Yeah.
Let's compare David. David's more this is Nordic. Like this is Scandinavian. When I tease Stefan all the time about where his parking because he has to be parked so right. And then he waits in line behind people properly, where I'll be going all around like this. And I always tease him, hey, Stefan, you're 2 centimeters off. You better straighten up, so it's a very, from Sweden, from a lot of my Swedish friends, it's very structured. You know what I mean? Even Mr. Runnefalk, he will wait in line and he gets so angry when people push in line. All that time. I get it.
Yeah. Finnish people are angry.
Yes.
Germans.
I met Arto.
Angry
He's
Germans.
so angry, but any man that tries to punches JQ, I'm friends with. I think so. Why I think Ongaro was fast. I think just everything combined. I think everything, this track, the traction surface, everything, the way the track is, he's just gonna do well here, no doubt about it.
I think David might have had a bit of a tire advantage. So that's probably one thing.
David, you mean running whatever he wants, but Ongaro's got his package figured out. I think the grip, I think if it was really, really super high grip, he would have struggled a little bit more because I think one of Ongaro's handicaps is high grip, it seems.
Yeah.
But I just think I think it comes down to what we're seeing here. He's figured out something that the other guys haven't. And some of these guys are catching up to him though. Some are figuring it out.
I think the thing is that Ongaro, if you think about it, I personally think about it this way. You can't really say, Ongaro drives like he's so carefree. He couldn't drive like that if he drove Runnefalk's car. No, he couldn't. Because Runnefalk's car requires you to give the car inputs, all the time. Because he likes that. He likes to lead the car himself. And Ongaro lets the car do its business, kind of. And that's it lets the car slide out the slide and accelerate out with the slide. So that's what I discussed before. But for him to drive like that, he needs that. He needs the mechanic and he needs the car to be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, if you give him a car, he'll probably finish 5th. You just give him Rivkin's car and you drive this and he's going to probably finish 5th. But where he can pull that 7 seconds out of his pocket in the first 2 fuel stops, to do that, you need the whole package. You need to have the car exactly how you like it, or have a feeling that you can do what you want to do. You have a goal, I want to go through corners like this, and then you have the car like that, you have the tires like that, the double down tire he always pretty much runs. That tire is the most numb, most neutral. If you go out of line, it just pushes, does nothing crazy. His car is really numb, really neutral, lots of drive. So he relies on the fact that he can let the car slide and he can control the drive. and in high speed he can lean the car and keep it on the sort of edge of the grip, and then gain maximum corner speed and have low toe in, so even more corner speed. And like the package
like strawberries.
design. Yeah, I'm gonna finish up now. So the whole package is designed after their goal, you know. They for David, for Mayfield, for guys like this, it's more like I want the car to be like this, and then I'm gonna drive my fucking brains out, and I hope it's enough for the win. It's I don't know if Ungaro's sort of race, well, his dad and whoever pits for him, like I don't know if they decided like this is what we're looking after, we need to be this fast and we need to do this, and then they did it and like scientifically like did everything. I don't think they did that, but the way he approaches and their team approaches racing seems like as if they were doing that, if they were planning it ahead, if they were planning that we need to do this to make the car work like this, and we need to have Davide drive like this to get most out of the car. That's more like, I believe it's by accident, but they have a plan and they go through with the plan, and if they win, they win, and if they don't, they don't, and then they change the plan. Whereas David and Mayfield are more of like, they need to feel good, they need to be like performing, and they need to do things like perfect. They don't need to do it like, they don't have a sort of I need this to do this and to do this. They're like, I want the car to feel good, I want my driving to match with the car, and then I'm gonna do good. It's not like, and this is the same applies to Ducati in MotoGP, where they have the best engine. They focus on making the engine really good, and then the bike, they can sort of handicap themselves with that. I think it could be an Italian thing, a cultural thing, but I see that, you know, already they only give a shit about corner speed, and they get to that thing with the best they know, and but fits Davide and the team. Now we can go eat some strawberries.
Yeah, so in case you guys don't know, if you hear me say strawberries at some point throughout this, it's my way of reeling Max in to let him know he's rambling on too much. And he definitely needed some strawberries on that answer. Real quick, Joe Zaire Jr. of Ran Out of Talent, I was listening to his podcast this morning. He was talking about the worlds. No question, just a comment. I'm going to let Keenan run my, he's into fifth scale now. My 40 plus, his truck at 40 plus at Silver State, then he'll quickly become poor. So Joe's, they have this like stock fifth scale low C5T class that he runs on carpet and stuff like that. And it's just stock. I think you can only change steering servo, I think. Maybe tires. I don't even know you can change tires. Now he wants to go Silver State. And I tell him, you're going to Silver State, you're going to dump like $3,000 into your car, $4,000 into your car because to keep up with them guys. But it's going to be badass. Jonathan Krantz, real quick. It's another Ungaro. We have a few Ungaro questions because this happened. We put this up like a week after the Worlds. Jonathan Krantz, with Ungaro winning his second in a row, Little Bump taking the junior category, and of course the GOAT, at least in his opinion, Masami. Should we all be taking stick radios more seriously? I feel like newcomers to the sport somewhat overlook them, at least in the States, but perhaps there's something to using that style that bears consideration. Curious what you guys think. I don't know. Look, my first radio ever Radio Shack car was stick radio. I hated wheel radios. I grew up with a stick radio. I got into wheel radios when I got my first hobby grade car.
Yeah. Maybe I should try that next year. I should switch to stick radio for next year. What do you think?
Yeah, you can be like JB, who was only 18 seconds off his best lap. But
no, but I have driven Majubi's car, I think once or twice. And it's not that big of a difference. It's like maybe second or two, like for the first, like if you drive like a 5-minute practice session with a stick radio, for me, like at the end, I'm probably second.
I think this is faster than this. Maybe.
Yeah, I think you have more feeling with the stick radio.
I think the brake is better like this.
Does Hitec still do radios? They can sponsor me a stick radio. And
no, they don't do radios. But I can't drive a stick radio anymore because of my hand.
We need to do a scientific experiment. I'll buy a stick radio and we'll document this and see.
You should. You should be a good video for your YouTube channel.
Like Gilles
which you guys should subscribe to.
Yeah, Gilles Grosskamp used to drive stick and in 2012 he changed the wheel, and then at the end of the year he won the on-road worlds. So
maybe wheels better for on-road.
Yeah, actually, that is my argument. Actually, that for classes like the classes that need you to be smooth, though, for those you should use the wheel radio, because it's the movement. You have a really big wheel, so you have really slow inputs in the steering, and then you can have like a throttle. It's smooth inputs, but for something you need to sort of little bit balance the car. You need to play like 8-scale cars. They sort of lean a lot to any which direction you're going into.
Well, you have to be smooth in 8-scale, but it also requires smooth, quick movements.
Yeah, it requires you to force the car to go into the direction you want, because the car is more heavy. It's less grip than something like touring or 10-scale. So I believe for higher grip for 10-scale, actually running wheel is better. But then for something like this track where it's slippery, technical, you need to move the car around, force the car around jumps, corners, everything. Then I think you can gain benefit by running stick.
Okay. Cody Taylor, has top drivers approached Mayako after seeing this year's performance? I will say this. Mayfield said this exactly, and I have to agree with him. He said, man, JQ's car looks great, which it did. I thought JQ's car looked the best out of everybody's out there, but JQ's driving like the JJ. And I have to agree with him. And I told JQ, well, I said, man, your car looks good, but you're just driving like a grandma. And even Greg told him this. JQ's car looked good at DNC too. That's all. I think JQ in his brain, that's all he cares about. My car looks good.
Yeah, JQ, like
maybe it's his
like when he set up his car and when he drives it, it's just like, it's that thing from a movie where there's an really old guy and he has done the same thing for the last 100 years and he still beats the young kids once in a while. That's basically what Joseph has grown up into. Like, he still does his same thing, that same setup where the rear end is a bit loose but still has enough grip so it's not like Ongaro where it slides out, where it's like just enough grip for him but it's a bit stiff, bit loose, so he can drive still like a grandpa.
I don't know. JQ needs to just be a race engineer. Corey Jordan, my boy, EKJ 24,000. Left tire salute to you, my friend. How did the young man that JQ adjusted his HP at the car worlds? He was from Costa Rica. I don't know how he finished. I didn't know all that stuff because I was not in the pits. So I'd have to ask Joseph. Robbie Smith, what's up, Robbie? He went to the Georgia State race. He asked, rough blown out tracks with dust or loam. What's the top 3 things to try and get the track? What's the top 3 things to try and get traction and stability? There you go, Max. There you go. Top 3 things, real quick.
Lower rear arm, raise the hub a bit. He said rough, right?
Rough and loamy tracks.
Yeah, so probably raise the hub in the rear.
Blown out tracks with dust or loam.
Yeah,
which was similar to what?
So raise the rear hub, probably 1 millimeter, 2 millimeters, depending on what sort of adjustments your car has. Lower the rear arm from the inside, so the C and D block pills. Stand up rear shocks. You should probably
shorten. There's supposed to be 3 things. Top 3 things. So you're going. You're going above strawberries already. Top 3 things you change. Tires.
Yeah, but I think tires should be obvious at this point. Basically, lower arms, front and rear from the inside, and then raise your hubs. You can raise the knuckle too if you like it. That's easier for the bumps. That way you get a bit more grip. Like that thing should be like before you even go to that track.
You need one more.
Raise the rear shocks on the tower.
Not change sway bars?
Yeah. Go to thinner sway bars. Yeah.
I would think that.
But rear shock outside on the tower and inside on the arm. That always gives you more grip. Yeah, stand up rear shocks, but you always have to balance sort of corner speed and drivability with that.
That gives you more grip, but then it increases. I want to say increases jacking more a little bit. Or similar to jacking, like your car becomes.
Yeah, your car becomes more sort of springy. Yeah, springy and
that's what I
like
say.
more movement. So that's why you lose corner speed.
Yeah. So instead of when you have the arms more laid out like this, it's like like that.
Yeah.
And then when the straight up is like it's
yeah,
like that.
it moves,
That's the best
moves
thing I can do.
faster. Yeah, it moves faster. It's more aggressive. Yeah, you lose corner speed, basically.
Great question. Corey Jordan, another good question. Was the Worlds a wake-up call for the United States race that they need to come over the seas and race more often? So
I hope.
I would love to see these guys come over to Europe and race a little bit more, but I'm realistic about the whole situation and the cost that it costs to go over there and the time that these guys already put into the schedule that they have now. Like doing a trip. Okay, you go to Silver State, you leave on a Wednesday, you get there, you know what I'm saying? You're home by Monday. A trip to Europe is expensive. It's long. It's usually going to be more than a few days. It's going to be a week.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, imagine it being like this. Like, now you have, like, all these Americans racing just in America. So if you are not like, if you're like, oh, I'm not going to race RCGP, which obviously some brands are still going to do, like, going to at least one European race shouldn't be that big of an issue. Like, pretty much all Europeans go to DNC, like all the top Europeans go to DNC. And it's not like that's any cheaper than for Americans to come here.
Well, I think it's a little cheaper to well, maybe not. California is expensive.
But like
it would be nice.
No, but something like, having Neo back, like at least DNC in America and then some race in Europe.
It will be at least have one. It will be great. Yeah, Max has got coughing syndrome. Maybe Buggyland is a good race. Maybe Biddy Design was a good race to go. Those are all like, I think they also are what a lot of Americans complain about in the Worlds was they're like not permanent tracks. They get redone. So it would be
but
nice.
I don't know. I think that's a silly complaint because
but we've hashed that. We've beat that. Here's something I wanted to say. Real quick. I think this Worlds exposed. Okay, so we've had 4 years of no Worlds. We've really literally the only people that's been talking about European racing in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
I saw a lot of like YouTube guys who follow all the American races and they're so a lot of them really got exposed to the European culture with the Worlds and they got to see it. And they got to see it against Americans. So this is what I like about it. Cause then you get to see the two people I would love it to be more than one race where they come over and do it. Like RCGP would be perfect, but we can only hope and pray.
RCGP would be amazing if people know.
I think people kind of saw after this Worlds why we always talk about having these guys, these top racers race together because it just brings an entire different level of competition out.
Like just the thing we talked about before in the podcast, like that racing against the best in the world for at least 4 times a year and like 8 mains and 8 qualifiers that are all head to head, like that is something that we need to improve as like racers. And the thing is, like, we can have a situation where, like, let's say Mayfield and Fenn and these guys never join RCGP, but like some brands who have young up and coming racers, like maybe Schumacher comes out with an 8 scale and joins RCGP or whatever it may be. But it could be that if Orlowski was there and he was practicing, suddenly it's not like Ongaro, Ronefald, Canas, and then it's the Americans. It could be like it's Ongaro, Ronefald, Canas, and then it's Orlowski, and then it's Mayfield and Fenn. Because that platform, as in RCGP, as in having currently actually, because top 3 of the world champions are top 3 of RCGP from pretty much the last few rounds. So if you aren't racing against the best in the world consistently, you're never going to be the best in the world, most likely. If you have
I agree.
If you get lucky,
we just need one race. I would love more. One would be good. One where everybody agrees to go and they go. Well, not everybody, but the top guys go.
Yeah, I agree on that. But I think my point was sort of looking at it from a perspective of, I don't know, like maybe some fast driver listens to this podcast. I know some do. So like if they are like thinking like, should I be part of RCGP? Like just imagine like Orlowski is the perfect example because he could, like, if he joins RCGP next year and he competes with these guys for the next 2 years, and then we go into, I guess it's in Brazil next time or whatever it is. Like at that Worlds, if he has competed in RCGP, he has got that experience. We know he's fast, but can he compete against these guys? He can get his racecraft set up. He knows how to ride wave scale, engine, everything. Like his package is good. Like if he made that choice to join RCGP, we'll still have Ronavok, we still have Ngara, Canas, these guys in there. That could be something, like that choice could make the difference between him being an 8-scale world champion in the future and him not being one.
Yeah, because I still think, we're gonna end this on this. I still believe that Canas, Ongara, and Ronafalk racing in RCGP this year has helped them to get rid of it, because both 60-minute finals, all that type of stuff. So, Tony Lunan, when is it official we can vote for Brent as Raw Prez? I'll join just for that. Well, let's just say there's definitely some talk about things like this going on, like a massive improvement in Raw, which is not just one person. It takes an entire team. So I'm not going to say much more about that. Not going to say much more about that.
For it. I like that we can evolve as a RC community, no matter who does it or where it happens. But if we evolve in the right direction, I'm happy.
Yep. Connie Swenson asks, which top drivers' contracts are ending up for renewal this winter? I think, I don't know everybody's contract, but I would assume maybe Cavs is up 2 years. I would assume Mayfield's is up. Battier's is up. Maybe Tebow too.
No, I don't think Tebow.
Well,
Tebow has
signed in 2018. No, I'm just saying his contract is up.
Yeah, maybe okay, that could be possible, but I in no world
I don't see him leaving Tekno.
No, and the thing is, I believe even if a contract is up, it kind of has an option for continuing. Like
I don't see the sense of him leaving Tekno or Tekno getting rid of him.
I think the biggest moves next winter are gonna be, is Cav gonna move or stay? What happens to Fend? I believe his contract might be up, but I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't see Fend ever leaving TLR. I heard this. I know how true it is. Fend's what, 27? 20.
Okay.
I heard he might retire early at a certain age and then go into the real world. That might be
but like, dude, like his girlfriend was pitting for him, or wife.
His wife, sorry. She pits for
so
him
it's
at
a family,
every race.
it's a family thing, it's a family business.
Yeah, but he's been doing this for so long.
Listen to me. Infinity comes to him and says, like, hey, you get 10 grand a month, you race wherever.
Well, that's who's gonna change the game if they do it, when they do it.
Like, imagine how good of a move that would be for Infinity. Get a guy who's probably the fastest driver on this planet, at least for a few corners or 5 minutes or whatever it is.
Barry's gonna hate you.
No, but he's definitely probably the most talented guy apart from Ongara, but different stuff.
Yes, I agree there.
So
I think
Infinity could be the brand to just go like, fuck, we want this guy.
Well, they will do
the car would suit Fend too. It's the front end is aggressive, wide rear pivot. I think the car, like, a lot of steering, so the car would, and also shock stood up, so he can have like drive as in 10 scale where you have the shocks more stood up. So pretty much in all ways, like that will be a perfect move. Like Infinity could pay him fucking 10 grand a month easy. I
think Infinity comes into when they're ready to come into offer it, they're gonna scoop up a lot of high end names like Durango did.
But
like they did in On Road. But that's not the question. Let's stick to the question. Let's not get all strawberried out here.
Okay.
So I think Mayfield's not at Mugen next year.
Really?
Yeah.
But what if Battle's not at Mugen next year? Who's gonna be there?
I think he's done at Mugen too.
You think? But no. I can see.
Listen to my point. Listen to my point. Unless Mugen pays more to Mayfield, which I think is the big question, which he deserves.
Really?
I think.
You think it's just about money?
Yeah.
Like I think in Mayfield's case, it's just about.
I think Mayfield. I also think Mayfield's thinking of the future now. I think all these guys are starting to think of the future.
Well, what about Drake then? Mayfield
Let's
leaves
just,
Drake's
can I
place?
let me? Yes, of course. Because if Drake left Mugen, that would be a big thing. I believe Drake is more valuable to Mugen than Mayfield, and that's no just that's no in a Mayfield can be replaced. Let's put it.
Okay.
I'm not saying that he can be
Okay.
replaced with another driver. Drake would be very hard to replace. Why I say that is because I think Drake is being groomed to be like the Mugen, the guy that takes over Mugen America.
Yeah, Godfather.
Yes. Mayfield, look, Mugen has a loyal base of racers. You know what I mean? Huh? Yeah, they do. So they went through years. Yeah, they went through years where they didn't have top drivers. You know what I mean? They had just had Robert, you know, and he raced early in Europe.
Yeah.
So they want to do well. I mean, they want to do well and they want to win. But I think if Mayfield leaves, I don't think it will drop some sales, but not as much as it would drop if Drake left. So I think that Mugen can afford not to have Mayfield, maybe for a few years. I think they put money maybe into the Killix, but I know that the Killix also want to finish school. Burak has to finish his apprenticeship, and their dad's really strict about that, and I get that. Yeah. But maybe they find a driver like one of these younger drivers that are going to be available at the end of this year to take Mayfield. Why? Because they're better pay him what they pay him. They better travel around, and he can still, like, they have Drake and him. Mugen doesn't have to win to sell cars, in my opinion.
I agree, but I'm gonna give my
can you keep it strawberry-licious?
I'm gonna keep it very strawberry-licious. So basically, here's the thing: Drake plus Mayfield isn't like 2; it's more than 2. But Mayfield and Drake, on their own, they are just like one and one. But when you put them together, it's more than 2.
Yeah, but I think Mayfield can do that with anybody.
I'd say Drake could do that with anybody. Mayfield, not so much, because Mayfield has no fucking social media. Rona updates his social media. Mayfield has a character, but his character is like
you're missing the whole point. Is that Rona? Everything that Mayfield does is through Rona, because that's who he deals with more than anything.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like
Rona's the guy he goes to for business decisions, all this type of stuff, which is great. So he has his Drake and Rona. He has that experience, all that stuff in Rona. He probably just, I think what Drake, what Mayfield wants is security.
Yeah,
he wants security.
In terms of like my point of view is like about Mugen precisely. Like if Mugen lost Mayfield, they'd lose the sort of credibility. But if they didn't have Drake, not like full credibility, obviously, but they would lose that. Oh, Mugen's winning again. That feeling.
They would lose that.
Yeah, so that sort of feeling would be gone, and you can really replace that if you find a good enough driver. But replacing Mayfield at this point, it's not going to be easy.
Before people get upset, I'm not saying that Mayfield can just be easily replaced. You can't replace Mayfield, but I think his position at Mugen can be replaced. It won't be a Mayfield, but it'll be somebody that will go out there and still make. And I
do agree. It's business-wise, it's a better decision to fire Mayfield or let Mayfield leave if you can still keep Drake. But I think the best possible situation is what they are in right now. They have one guy who wins everything and one guy who is sort of the godfather of the Mugen Mafia, who is Drake, obviously. So you have all you need in those 2 guys. Imagine that. Like Tekno have fucking... 4 guys right now? Jones, Van Dalen, Thibaut.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be cut down.
So they have last year they have 5 guys. So like they have all those guys, but they still don't have what Mugen has. They don't have.
Look, let me tell you what Mugen can do. Let me tell you what Mugen can do.
Have like Thibaut is good and he does a lot of YouTube, but he's not Drake, at least not yet.
Right. So if I'm Mugen, let's say Mayfield goes. Mayfield's going. Right. Let's say he's going end of year. What I do if I'm Mugen, because now, Mugen's got, I go, right, who I hire? I hire Tyler Jones. I bring in Tyler Jones. Yeah. Why? Yeah. Listen to me. Why? He's young. You don't have to pay him that much. You send him to races. He let's be honest, he didn't flourish under Tekno. He didn't. He showed some glimmers of brilliance, but he didn't come out. He didn't do what he what I thought he would do.
Yeah.
So maybe he goes to Mugen for a little less. Maybe it's like a part-time thing, because that's what Mugen's done a lot. Remember, Cole Ogden used to run Mugen. Warren used to run Mugen. So I think Mugen still does something like that. And they still have a guy that makes mains, all this type of stuff. All the while, like they're just waiting for the Killex to start, brewing.
Yeah, I think
that's possibly what's going to happen. I mean, we went way off a tangent on this, but I think there's going to be a lot of contracts up. Some people will stay. I think you're going to see some of these younger racers who got contracts and maybe got some salary who didn't really perform in the last 2 years. They're going to be probably going to some teams that are of lesser quality, I want to say. Maybe going where they can get some travel money and stuff like that.
Yeah, to me though, I think it is good that we talked about Mugen, because Mugen is going to be the most interesting, because it is possible that Mayfield leaves, and it is likely that Robert leaves, and both of those moves kind of are being made possible by the fact that in Europe you have glitches, and in America you already have the sort of credibility. Everyone knows Mugen is good in America, pretty much.
Look, man, people can take what they pay Mayfield, if what I heard is correct, is what they pay Mayfield, and pay somebody like that in America, and they'll be happy. You know what I mean? Like one of these guys, and then the money that they got from the other sponsors. So I think, I haven't heard that Mayfield's going to lose. Well, sorry, going to leave, but I have this feeling, because I'm heard certain things that have been said, and his contract's up, and this dude's got 2 kids. He's probably looking to do as little 10 scale as possible, because think about it. If he goes to a company like AE, he's going to have to do a shit ton of 10 scale.
Maybe AE
even that's one of the things. Yeah, I mean, look, man, you know what? We could go off on a whole another 2 hours talking about this subject. Okay, so maybe we need to do this another day.
Rivkin's having a shit time.
8 scale.
Rivkin joins Mugen and Yokomo. Mayfield goes to AE.
How about Mugen and Schumacher?
But Brock's there. Not gonna happen.
Brock is moving to Salt Lake City, Utah, and saying it's time for the real world to start. I don't know if he's getting a real job or whatever.
Oh,
but then they're saying I'll see you all at INS at Huser Hobbyplex next weekend. Who knows? Okay. All I know is that I think this city season is going to be very interesting. I haven't heard anything. Nobody's letting anything slip around me, because they know. Once I know or I heard, I'm just going in camp mode. Like, I'm trying not even to think about it. I'm just going to be like Rambo 2 when it's up in the mud tree, and it's like you just see a pile of mud on, you see his eyes open, and it's like, But we'll have to have a whole silly season podcast. We can't get into this type of stuff. It's we're trying not to blow, try not to go too crazy. A couple more questions, and then we're gonna go. Douglas Reek, I haven't spoken to Douglas in a long time. How you doing, Doug? Still going good. He's up there racing in Minnesota. What's the best way to rebuild a 2-wheel drive buggy? Strawberry that shit, Max.
Best way: take the rear diff out, take the shocks out, check that everything's free, and you're done. Two-wheel drive buggies don't need any. Oh, actually, rear drive shafts, clean them good. That's it.
How about your diff? Rebuilding your diff?
Yeah, diff, shocks, and clean your rear drive shafts, and check that the arms are free. You're pretty good at that.
And keep on racing. Doug's one of I haven't seen him for a while.
Tool drives are easy.
All right, we have a YouTube chat. We're starting our community on our YouTube as well for members and non-members. And this is from Paul McDowell. The Nitro Clubs doesn't seem to get much love. Any chance Maximus can discuss 3-shoe versus 4-shoe spring tensions, clutch shoe material, and the effect they have on their car? I don't know how you're going to do that in a short time, but you're going to figure it out, because you're going to get a lot of strawberries from. And look, people, it's not that I don't want him answering your questions. I just have to reel Max in before he starts talking to himself, because that's what happens. He starts having a conversation with his brain.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to be quick. So 4-shoe, generally, it's more smooth initially. It allows it to slip a bit more initially, but then it grips on really well. 3-shoe, it's more sort of aggressive engagement, but after that it's smoother. Often the best balance to me has been 3-shoe with one sort of carbon shoe. So you have that carbon shoe that allows it to slip a bit before it actually grabs properly, and then you get a smooth up from there. With the 4-shoe, often the issue is if you make it too stiff springs, you're gonna have a very sort of aggressive engagement. But if you go like the ideal spot with 4-shoe clutches, it often bogs just a tiny bit when it initially grabs and then slips a bit. So you have that smoothness. It works great on American tracks mostly, where you need to be really like you start from a very, very slow speed. So you want that slippage in there. But for European style tracks, more fast speed tracks, you want the clutch to work on the high revs too. And that's what you get on the 3-shoe clutch. Yes, the initial engagement is a bit harsh, and you suffer a bit on slow speed exits, but you get much more throttle control. It's easy to jump jumps and all that kind of stuff. And if you put in a carbon shoe there, and also always use lighter springs for carbon shoes because they are lighter most of the time. So light, a thin spring for the carbon shoe, like 1 millimeter spring for 1.1 spring for the aluminum shoes, for 3-shoe clutch. That's my sort of optimum setup for, let's say, DNC or something like American, like West Coast American. And then for European tracks, it's all aluminum, 2 1.1s, 1 1.0. If it's high grip, then all 1.1s. And I prefer 3-shoe clutch over 4-shoe generally.
Right.
Almost always.
So I think this is some technology that doesn't even get much focus. I mean, we've had 4-shoe clutches for a bit. We've had 3-shoe clutches forever. I think the only company recently to really push and they're going on was Buku. They had like different materials, adjustable stuff. I know people be like, oh, well, if it ain't broke, then fix it. But is the clutch a part of a car that you can see some innovation coming eventually, like maybe some electronic shit?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Probably not electronic because I don't think the rules will ever allow that. But most likely there will be more into that because Ongaro has his own clutch, doesn't he? He used to run on the AE has the 4-shoe clutch. He always ran the Mugen clutch, and then he released his own. What's it called?
He doesn't have any big T-shirts. Well, any actual like
but he has that clutch, I think, and he has like shock caps and like those small things. Those are also the small things that he does himself because like Rivkin doesn't run that shit, and it's not like some AE gives any damn about it, but he runs it and it makes him work for him. So, and I think he has focused on sort of all the segments more than other racers, and that's probably why he has his own clutch, and maybe he found something that works really good for him.
I think this is one of, along with tuning an engine, this is probably one of the hardest things for new people is clutches. So what we need to figure out is a way to just make them super easy, adjustable, super easy. Like the Buku was on that route, but it's like anything, it's money, you know. I have a little Buku clutch around her somewhere.
And the issue is often like beginners shouldn't run the same setup that I run because I go much faster on the track, you know. Like if you like imagine gearing a race car to a beginner and then gearing it to a professional driver, like as in full scale. Like the professional racer is gonna run much higher gears in corners because he goes around faster. So the clutch also much match that. Like if you're a slow driver, you probably need a little more smoother clutch, and maybe 4-shoe clutch is better for the regular racer, and 3-shoe is better for the, you know, high end racer or professional racer or drivers that, you know, can drive faster. That's something that could be the case because I always feel like the 4-shoe is really easy. You can push too much throttle, and what will happen if you just bog a little bit more.
It'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see if clutch technology gets easier
I'd say,
and more user friendly.
I'd say the TLR/AE/New Mugen clutch that everyone copied off of each other. I think that style clutch is probably the best for people because it's easy to maintain. It's a bit expensive. I think at least the AE clutch was a bit expensive, but it's easy to maintain. It's most likely the easiest for you to drive, especially for Americans. For Europeans, it's going to be a bit harder because for high grip, that's not as good. But yeah, for most Americans, probably 4-shoe is the way to go.
I have two more questions for
Beginners, that is.
you. And one is directly for you, and it's from our good tall friend Axel. Because he said this a few times to me, and he says, you make sure you ask Max this. You know what it's about. It's about the beta wing and the JC wing. That is all the rage right now. You know, because you gave Axel a lot of shit about running that wing in the Discord. You did. And he wants to say, everybody's running my wing now, Max. What do you have to say about this to the great Axel Owen?
Well, I think I figured out the thing that why people are running it. And it's the wing is quite far forward. They are often a bit shorter than the normal wings. But they have a higher sort of lip, and then they use those holes in there. But I think it's just that the end plates go much higher up, so it provides you with a better sort of feel going into the corner. And then also it has quite a big, a steep angle at the back. So it also provides quite a lot of at least drag, but also downforce, even though it looks smaller. But I think the reason why I said people shouldn't run it is because that's not really how wings should look like. That's just, a plastic piece that the air goes around, but it's not really designed as a wing, So that's my issue with those. I don't disagree that they might work. And people get the results out of the wings that they want. They want the more free rear end, but they still want it to stay calm. And they want a more sort of 10 scaly feel where the car looks like the rear end is higher and you're going faster on the track, and it jumps a little bit better because the wing is so high up. I think those are the things people are going after. But I'd say you would be able to get those things with a regular looking wing, by doing the right things for it.
Okay. All right. There you go, Axel. He made sure I asked you that question. All right, we have one more question, and this is actually about Ongaro. And I think we're gonna
I basically told the whole Ongaro life story this podcast.
Yeah, but this is something that
people are excited about this guy. Didn't they watch the Worlds in 2018? He went there too.
Well, all right.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. Well, you got to understand though that we haven't had one for a long time. A lot of people got into RC in 4 years that weren't into RC.
Yeah, I didn't actually, when I said that joke, I didn't even think about it. But it actually could be the case that there are quite many people who didn't even know about RC when the last words were.
Exactly.
Exactly. Like that is possible.
Benjamin James, is the VD Ongaro the best 8-scale driver ever? First question. First to successfully defend the world title, second ever 2-time world champion, RCGP world champion, young enough he could win at least 1 or 2 more world titles. Thoughts? All right. So, best 8-scale driver ever? Not yet.
Yes.
No, not yet. Yes. Not in my opinion.
Okay, I'll tell you why.
Okay. Look, definitely the best at this moment. Definitely the best we got in the last few years.
I'd say, if you think about it, like in 2000s, like who would be your number one picks of the early 2000s? Like I'd say probably
Pavidis.
I don't think Pavidis was ever that good. Like Saxton won in America.
No. So this is something that I learned from Greg. Saxton was winning, and then Pavidis took over and just took it to a different level. So when I was
for me Pavidis was always for me Pavidis it was always more of a 10 scale guy.
Yeah, but he won an 8-scale worlds, and he's done well.
He won an 8-scale. Like I think people sort of undervalue him too a bit. Like he's won
8-scale worlds, a 10-scale offer worlds, and a 10-scale owner worlds.
Yeah, he's like a Coelho of his time.
Exactly. We had this discussion on the broadcast during the worlds. Yeah. Nick was like, "No, he hasn't won," and I said, "Yes, he has."
But I wouldn't still put Pavidis in the best ever for the 8-scale.
No,
I don't think he's in that. One I could put in there would be Hara, because he won, finished second, finished third. And those were his only really world championships he ever did.
Okay, but just explain to me why you think Ongaro is the best ever right now.
Because I don't think the reason why I went to other people is because I don't think there's anyone else who has done it. Like,
there's nobody else there's only one person that's won it twice. He's Italian, Monsi.
Yeah.
And Ongaro is the first person to do it back to back, which is a fucking great accomplishment.
Yeah.
He's also
And on top
arguably
of
been
this, yeah.
probably the best off-road driver for the last 4 years. It's not like he won the worlds and then was insignificant. You know what I mean?
No.
He's been
He won
up
pretty
there.
much. He has been winning pretty much every race except the Euros for the last 4 years.
This
or
is
5
where I'm
years.
gonna say, and so
That's
as
why I think, like, even though he hasn't won a Euros yet, even though he hasn't, like, he's pretty much been in the picture only from 2016. Like 2017 when he switched to AE, that's when he won Neo, you know. That's pretty much when we could consider him a top, you know, driver, a top 5 in the world driver,
Right.
you know. 2016 he was running in 3rd at the Worlds, and then he broke in the pits and finished in 6th at the end because his body came off or something. But Ongaro, basically, if he finished properly in 2016, he would have a 3rd, a 1st, and a 1st. You know, and that would beat Hara. You know, that would beat Hara.
all right.
And that's
so
why I think.
Are we looking at just worlds then? Are we looking?
No, I'm looking at
overall?
it. I'm
'Cause we have
looking
to
at
look
everything.
overall. So
I'm looking at everything. But the thing is, like, Hara is in my opinion, the best in age scale off road. If you're looking at only the worlds from after the 2000s, you know. So I think
but
Hara
then
is the one to
he
compare
fell.
in the last. He fell a lot, but Ongaro, there's no sign of him falling
No, he's
down
still young.
now.
Still young.
And he's young, and he's already got the results, I think. So I think, yes, David Ronefalk has 2 or 3 European titles. He has a world's title. Yes, he's been on the top of Europe for the last 10 years. But I think the way Ongaro has dominated almost every event he has gone to for the past 4 years, yeah, I think I could be comfortable saying it's the best of all time, at least looking at this situation where we are.
I can't. I beg to differ, and here's my reason why.
Yeah,
I love Ongaro. He's 21 years old, and he's got plenty of chances to win these races that I'm about to talk to multiple times. He hasn't won a Euros yet. He's got to win one of them. Got to.
Yeah.
He's won 2 worlds. Don't get me wrong. What he's done is incredible. He's won Montpellier. He's won a lot of these big European races. Won Neo Buggy. He has to go to America and win. And that's the bottom line. He has to go to America.
Yeah.
He has to win. And when he does that, because you can't because other Europeans have done it. Ronefalk's done it.
Yeah.
Boots has done it.
Yeah.
Ongaro's fallen short in America, so that's his kryptonite right now. It's okay. He won RCGP at Thunder Alley.
Yeah, but only
because,
after David.
Because Ronefalk broke 5 minutes broke something.
David led him by a lap at that point.
Right,
so,
exactly.
Yeah.
So if there's one kryptonite that Ongaro has, it's the American type of tracks. I mean, I'll be honest with you. At DNC this year, because he changed his bloody paint job so much, I didn't know who he was. But he was just non-existent. And there's no disrespect to them. It's just something that they have. This is like when I was talking to him after the race. I was like, look, man, RCGP, you gotta come. You gotta come to America more. You know, and if I'm AE, I'm like, yeah, you coming to America. You gotta promote. This is my number one driver.
Yeah.
So I feel, and I think he has plenty. What? So he has plenty of time. So these are the people he has plenty of time to run worlds. Ronefalk has plenty of time to win a few more worlds. Ongaro has a shit ton of time to win a few more worlds. Fend has time to win a few worlds or 2. You have all these plethora of young guys that are coming up. I think that, like, if it's like saying, it's also saying like not saying that Mayfield's not the best racer ever or one of the best racers of. He's won all these races but never won a worlds. So when he finishes, will he not go on as one of the greatest of all time? Because if he doesn't win a world,
yeah,
of course not. But
I don't think. Yeah, I think you're
Ongaro
right.
Ongaro right now, yes, is the number 1 driver in the world. But what he doesn't have on some of the drivers that I consider to be some of the best is he hasn't done it on an international stage.
Okay,
international outside of Europe. When I mean that, he's done it internationally within Europe.
Yeah, and
he will.
He
should. Yeah. But I think that's next year. We should see Ongaro at more American races. More, you know what I mean? If Associated's going to do RCGP, he should be at every round in America. He should be at DNC.
Yeah.
You know, he should be at Silver State because now he is undeniably the number one AE driver in the world. I don't care what anybody says.
I think he's been number one AE.
Right, but no, it's undeniable now because it was like, oh, well, Rifkin's the number one guy in America. No, Ongaro is the number one guy, period, at AE.
Okay. Well, maybe for now it's clear for Americans as well.
Right, but you know what I'm saying? Because Rifkin,
I know.
in 10 scale, Rifkin is still good, and 8 scale, he's good too, but he's not Ongaro.
But Ongaro,
and I think Ongaro can pick up a 10 scale and still race 10 scale.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
Ongaro finished second in 2019 when Rifkin won.
So
dual drive worlds.
To say that he is definitely the best, I think the best person at this race won it. I think the best person that has been the best racer over the last 4 years is one. Like Ongaro still has this omnipotence about him. We've seen chinks in the armor, but if we have to be truthful about this, and I think he would be truthful about his dad and his team, and AE would say this too. It has to be done on, especially for AE, because it's an American brand. You know what I mean? It's built on its heritage, and he has to, like, Ongaro hasn't, like, let's look at some of the pedigree of the races, like Mayfield and Rana Falk and Tebow and these guys have been to. You know what I mean? But if you take away Worlds, Rana Falk's been to Reedy races, all this type of stuff. That's not 8 scale. Okay, we're going off the topic. But, you know, Rana Falk's done every DNC. He's won 2 of them. One E-Buggy 3 times. One Truggy. You know what I mean? Boots has been to Silver State. He has to get into that group of Europeans that do well in America.
Yeah. I think you're right about it. And I think to win, like, if he wins DNC, I think then we can sort of
we can say it's like close the bag and it's in. Like, he's the best of all time, at least until someone else comes up who can be better than him. But this was funny because in Formula 1 this happened where Hamilton was so good in 2007, 2008. Then Vettel came around in 2010. He looked like he's gonna be the next amazing, like, world, like, he's faster to 4 championships than Schumacher and all that shit. But then things changed, you know. Hamilton took over with Mercedes, is now, like, I'd say undeniably the most successful Formula 1 driver. Maybe not the greatest of all time. You can still say Schumacher was greatest of all time, but I'd say he's at least the most successful. And that can happen. Like, if Ongaro goes on and wins DNC in 2023, I'm going to be like, yeah, he's the greatest of all time or most successful. But if David goes and wins 3 world champions with Mayako, obviously he's going to be the greatest of all. Right. You know? So it's so much left to be done in this story.
Exactly.
Ongaro could go, he's 21 now. He could race to 30, retire, and have 4 world championships, all this type of stuff. That's how much time he has left.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, but
people are learning. People are learning his style, and I'm telling you, this style that him, Coelho, Ardowski have is going to be bottled up and packaged, and it's going to be. You're going to see these young racers coming up, and they're going to be, because it's always easy to teach these young guys how to do it. They're going to emulate him anyway because they watch him.
Yeah.
So they're going to figure out ways to do it. It's the older guys. It's the guys like Ronald Falk, who's a little older, who's setting his standards. He's going to figure out a way to do it as well. Maybe he'll learn something from this. But these guys have plenty. Whatever that noise is, can you stop it? Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, Max's girlfriend. It's just coming through. Just don't worry. We're almost done. But that's a great question. And I'm not trying to look to the Ongaro family right now. And the last 4 years, he's been the number 1 driver. Maybe not in the rankings, but he's been the number 1 driver. He showed why he's the number 1 driver again by winning a very hard race dominantly. Okay, Ronald Falk gave him some chase, but he's 21. I hope to see him at DNC next year. I hope he does well. I hope he wins DNC next year.
Yeah.
Well, I hope Ronald Falk wins DNC. But, I mean, I wouldn't be upset if Ongaro won it, and then we can say, he's the GOAT. But I think if I'm AE, I make sure he's at most big races next year in America. Yeah, because he has to.
To me though, the thing is, like, I think the moment we are in RC, it's like it feels like we are just in before, like, it blows up. You know, like, this could be the time, the time where we become more professional. We get a World Series finally, and like the RC sort of bubble like bursts a bit, you know. So I think like now it feels a bit silly to talk about who's the GOAT, you know, because it feels like there's so much more RC can, you know, give and get.
I would like to see
think
Ongaro
can
just
grow
come and
so
race
much.
some of these races in America too. To be honest, I like to see Ronafalk. I like to see Canas.
And I think it
And I like to
takes
see-
that. It takes the fact
gonna
that
take that.
people start to, you know, either through RCGP or through, you know, other events
something.
to get sort of like more professionalism, like actually act like and train like high performance athletes too. I think that's going to be a thing that's going to change it more, and we're going to see like maybe different type of people like get up again, you know. Or
Well, we're going to
some,
see two things,
like,
Hirsch.
yeah.
We're going to see two things. We're going to see with Mayfield how long you can be competitive. I think we're going to see with Ronafalk. Sorry, we're going to see things with Ronafalk, but we're going to see if Ongaro is this early blossoming. Is he going to be like wine and just get better with time and figure it out? Are people going to figure it out and do what he's doing and then be faster?
Yeah.
How's he
Yeah,
going
because
to
if we
do with that?
Yeah, because if we've been honest though, like if David ran a absolutely perfect main, he would have won it by like 10 to 15 seconds. you
Right.
know?
He made mistakes.
Yeah. He came up from like what it was, 11th up to second, and then catched him and went by and then made mistakes. So like it's not like, yes, he won again, and that's his strength of every single time delivering.
Yeah, had he ran away with this, I would probably have a different opinion.
Yeah, but the thing
it
is,
was
like,
actually a race at the end.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, 15 minutes before the end, it looked like Ronafalk's race to lose. And yeah, Ongaro took it back and won it. But I think, like, right now, I'd be more hopeful for David than Ongaro. But that's the thing. Can Ongaro keep it up? Can he himself?
Can these guys
evolve
figure
and
it out
improve?
and match him? Like David's is one of his
And
biggest.
it's not
we
only-
talk about David because David raced him the most. David and Canas.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Those two guys have raced him the most. But then we don't even talk about the plethora of all the young guys that are coming up behind him.
Yeah.
And then not even. And whenever we get the
Fend
Americans
and-
racing again, we'll see.
Fend, like there
But we
there is a version of this Worlds where it's Fend who is running hot race tires and he wins the Worlds, you know. Like there is a reality in some other universe where it's not Ongaro and David, it's Fend and Mayfield running hot race tires.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are. I just think, yeah, it's. I don't know, man. I have to. Two things Ongaro has to do. He has to come to America more. He has to be victorious there. Or else he will always be like, well, he's won 2 worlds, but he can't win in America. You know what I mean? And I think at some point, maybe he's gonna have to do it for different chassis too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Even though I know a lot of associated guys stick around, is he gonna be one of those associated guys like Lee Martin? Is he gonna be a Craig Dresser? Possibly. In this day and age, it's very hard to be. But okay, so here's my best analogy. Here's my analogy. I'll use it.
What if Ongaro joins Infinity? Wouldn't that be crazy?
I wouldn't be. Here's my analogy, and I put it to football, and then we're gonna close out on this, and then we're gonna go into a conclusion. So I thought about this question. So I use football, soccer, as you people have. So you have Messi, who I think is Ongaro, right? Messi is Ongaro, and he is arguably he's won 4. Ballon d'Ors and all this type of stuff. He's considered the best footballer in the world by many, but not me, right? And I'm not saying that Ongaro isn't the best in the world right now, but I'm just using this analogy. I think Ronaldo is the best footballer in the world. And then I think Zlatan is also in that mix too. And here's why. Ronaldo has been successful in all the leagues that he's played in. He's played in the Spanish league. He's played in the Italy league. He's played in the hardest league, which is the UK Premier League, which I think is the hardest league in football because a team at the very bottom of the UK, the Premier League, might be a chance to beat a top team any day. You don't see that in France. You don't see that in Germany. You don't see that in Italy too much or Spain. Messi has always played. He's playing for Barcelona. He got brought up in the Barcelona project from a prodigy, from a kid, all that type of stuff. Played all his best years with Barcelona, made his name at Barcelona. Where did he go? He went to PSG. Okay, France is good too. But for me, Messi needs to go to the Premier League, and he needs to go to Premier League when he's still of age to do something. Like when Ronaldo went. Ronaldo's still out there, a high performance machine at his age, but just doesn't have the recognition. Sorry. He's just as popular as Messi, but just will never have as many Ballon d'Ors as him. But I think Ronaldo is the better player. So for me, Ongaro is Messi, right? So Ongaro is Messi at this point, right? He's top of the world. He's won 2 worlds. He's got all this type of stuff. But my Ongaro has to go to America. Or maybe Ongaro has to do it with other brands. You know what I mean? And go do this type of stuff. Kind of like Ronaldo did. You look at Ronafalk. I'm using Ronafalk as an example because he's second at this race. Ronafalk literally has won. He won a Worlds with HB. He won 2 Euros with Kyosho. He won a Euros with Mayako. He literally took a brand on his back this year, carried it this whole year. You know how much pressure that is? Do you know how much pressure that is to do that? And I think that's what makes also makes a champion. And I'm not taking away from Ongaro. He will definitely, I think Ongaro will win a couple more worlds. I think he'll win in America at times too. But I think some effort has to be made in getting him to America to race. And that starts in 3 weeks' time at RCGP, in my opinion. So AE, send him to America more. And I'm for the people who think that left is hating, I'm not hating. I'm just looking at it from a different perspective. I would
like
say
a
the
fan
same thing.
or RC connoisseur's perspective. Like you want things to be
I'm an
the best
RC Cavassier. That's what it is. Isn't a Cavassier like a wine connoisseur? I think it is.
I don't know. I know about that. I know connoisseur, but I don't know wine.
I'm a Cavassier. And I think of some in my own brain I am anyway. But I just feel like I was looking at this question and I knew it was going to take a long time to answer. That's why I left it to the end. Yes, Ongaro is the best in the world. First to ever do back in the back. Back to back. And I just think that it's going to be hard to do that again. Could he go 3 times? Fuck yeah. Like I believe he could do it 3 times in a row. But I just think that you also have other guys out there that are figuring it out and getting there. Maybe they didn't figure it out this race, but it came close. Let's put it this way. If Ongaro would have walked away at this race, like I thought was going to happen, to be honest, I was like, he's starting up front. He's just going to. And then when it first happened, I was like, he's going to walk away with this race. And he didn't. But he definitely has to go to America. And I think everybody can agree with that. I think Ongaro can agree with that. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they're like, hey, we're fine. Like we'll just do what we have to do. At the same time,
some Europeans are like that too. Some people just like being fast.
At the same time, what the he doesn't have nothing to prove. He's the world champion. You got to come to him. So
that's true too. Like
lots of things.
Yeah, he needs to go to America too because he can win DNC. It's not like it's impossible. He needs to get everything. Yeah, that's where he's got
to be good. You know, and you know what he's got to do? He's got to pick on a paint scheme and keep it.
I think he keeps changing it every other year.
Every race.
Yeah. This year has been very.
You know, at DNC it was black and gray. It was black, blue, and gray. I thought it was Spencer Rifkin.
Yeah. It looked.
Then he went orange at some point. Now this week at the Worlds it was yellow.
Yeah.
Confusing. Ongaro, you know what? And he said he'll come. And he goes, his English was great now. So after he won the Worlds, I went up to him and was like, hey, congratulations. He goes, oh, my friend, we do podcasts now? I said, yeah, tomorrow. I said, no, tomorrow we relax. So hopefully I get him on. But I'm not hating on him. I'm just saying that I think, yes, best ever, not there, can be strong.
Looking as the most likely candidate, to be honest.
Right now. But there's people are figuring it out, and some people are figuring it out. Yeah.
But to be honest, though, it's like I think most top RC racers in the world are thinking, how the fuck can I be like Ongaro? You know, they're not thinking like, how can I be like? Okay, some people are thinking, how can I be Mayfield or Fend or Ronnefalk?
Or they're thinking how I could beat him more than anything.
The thing is, like, the number one is still Ongaro. He's won the most this year. He's like showed the best this year. Like, Ongaro is the guy who everyone's like, he's the best. Like, no one's gonna be like, oh yeah, I really need to beat like this guy. I'm like, no, it's Ongaro is the number
but
one.
going to
People
DNC
know
next year, you know what? Going to DNC, I don't have Ongaro as my favorite.
Okay, yeah, of course. Like, specific races, obviously, but like when you think of the best right now, I'd say most people, it's like Ongaro is the first one in the mind.
Of course, no doubt. He's earned that right. He is the best at this point. He is the best. There's no doubt about that. He is the world champion 2 times in a row. And you know what was good about this world championship? I thought he was vindicated because, you know, in 2018 he had his car.
Yeah, the fucking.
So anybody who was. So some people might have got my comments confused. When I said he used the shirt and it was boasty, I meant in a good way. Like, it was braggadocious. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah,
that shows confidence to me. And hey man, that dude deserves it. He won it, and I just want him to come to America and race more. That's all. That's all I want him to do. And I think he really does have to win there. And he will. The sky's the limit with him, but the sky's the limit for a few guys. There's Ongaro is definitely good, but right now in RC, the level of competition in 8 scale anyway is probably at a level of such a high level that we have not seen ever before. I mean, I would say that this world is the most competitive worlds we've had. You know, when you look at guys like Joe Bornhorst, who didn't have a good week, and he's like in every main in America and all that type of stuff. I mean, a lot of things went into this race that probably that guys had bad results. But hey, Ongaro won. He done a badass job of doing it. He was the best guy. And maybe this gives him the confidence going into DNC in 2022 to win 2023 to win that finally. Maybe we see him out in DNC a few days earlier. Maybe now Associated gives him more budget to come over to these countries to America and need that, or Associate's gonna have to find somebody to partner up with not really, because then they have Tollard and he's a conundrum. We'll tackle that in our silly season stuff. Like, I can't even start getting into that. But yeah, great question, BJ. Great.
I think it's about strawberry o'clock right now.
Yeah, it's definitely strawberry o'clock. Let's have some words from our sponsors, and one of our main sponsors here at the No Name RC podcast is TZO 200 Tires. Thank you to Nick and him and TZO for sponsoring the podcast. And then it just cuts out like that. Like, he gave me half a video. So Nick, can you please can we get this video finished and we can get it up and running? Max, thank you for your time. We went old school. We've been recording for almost 3 hours now.
Yeah, 3 hours.
So this is old school, one long ass podcast. We kind of geeked out on this. We haven't recorded for a while, so I expected that.
We got the month of non-recording.
Yeah, Max's girlfriend's like got a big frying pan there, ready to smack him in the head with it. She's like, "Hurry up, you RC nerds!"
She looked a bit pissed when we were talking about Ongaro for half an hour or something. So.
Well, she doesn't just understand how serious this stuff is. You know something? I have to say something that happened. JQ had I still owe JQ. So I owe JQ 2 death sentences right now. One was when he grabbed my Reese's Pieces peanut butter cup, which I can't buy here in the Dominican Republic, and threw it out onto the California highway.
Holy shit.
Yes, it's like, I'm saving your life.
That's unacceptable.
Yep. So he almost died then. But so anyway, I forgot to, because he was drunk as a skunk at the banquets, but he really made the banquets. Honest to God in heaven, I swear to God in heaven. JQ made the banquets what they were, and then Cole started getting activated, and Saxton was activated. There was like squid, because they bought like squid was one of the things to eat. I didn't eat none. I'm not. I don't eat squid. I've had it before. I'm not a big fan. But guys were throwing like squid heads around, and then Saxton had one in his mouth. Anyway, Joseph made the trip, so made the exciting. So I remember, like I said, hey JQ, let's take a picture, and let's take a serious picture, you know. So I went, and he does this, and when I do this, as soon as he takes the picture, he takes his dessert and then smashes it in my face. I think he then realized, okay, that was not smart. And this is all taking pictures. Felix Sanderberg is taking pictures of this. John Sanderberg's son. So and actually, I did eat some of the cake because it was good. So I ate some, and I was like, "Well, it's really good." But I said, so then it was so funny because then he realized, okay, I just smashed like a dessert and left his face. I need to go. So then he went and hid behind the bar. Like I wasn't gonna get him from the bar. So I'm just wiping my face, and I took some water and ice and cleaned my face, and I said, I'm going to let that slide. You came close to death once again, but at least I got to eat some of the cake. What an asshole. But it was a good time. Then he had a conversation with a frog in a pool and all this type of shit. JQ is definitely special.
He's definitely on the spectrum too. I don't know if he knows it himself.
He does. He does. He's trying to analyze all that stuff now and trying to fix himself. And it's not working. I tell him, go get some help. He needs somebody to talk to and fix that. Try to fix his autism a little bit.
He's lived 40 years thinking he's normal, but it's like
reality
finally hit him.
Reality's finally hit him. But he's on his way back home for much needed vacation. Max, thank you for your time. Tell your girlfriend I said thank you for her time while she waited for you while us RC nerds geeked out. Thank you all from around the world to the NNRC squad. We can't do it without you guys. Please, everybody, hit that sub button, hit that like button. Also, if you wish to become a member, you can. Also, I have something to say. We still have a giveaway going on from the episode that me and Hefty and I did of the 10 skill offered nationals. Nobody has gotten the right answer yet. I have 2 batteries to give away, and the question is, well, you have to go listen to that episode to find out what the question is, won't you? So go find that podcast.
Go find Hefty and Lefty.
Yeah, Hefty and Lefty, and Hefty is definitely not Hefty. And go listen to that podcast and hit us up with the answer to the question for the trivia question. You get 2. We have 2 questions. There's two Sampadal batteries up for that. So one person gets it right on YouTube, one person gets it right on Facebook. So it's on you go watch it on YouTube, and then you'll get it right. And then you have to put the right answer to that. So we've had people guess, but they're all wrong. So go check it out. Also, thank you to the patrons of the podcast. We can't do it without you guys. Thank you for all the patrons. You get early release of this podcast. If you wish to be a patron, there's a link in the written description of this podcast. Also, big thanks to the awesome sponsors who we have links, coupon codes, affiliate links, all that shabazz, all that good stuff in the written description. They are invisiblespeed.net, TZO 200 tires, Hitec RC, TNR fuels, Beach RC, Mayako, Tekno RC, Lugs Racing Tires, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic for all your traction needs, G-Spec RC Tuning for all your cable needs. Actually, I just got some cables in the mail from him. Sampadal USA for all your racing battery needs. Racecraft USA, get pitted with the command module and the Waldro that they just released. RCGP coming up in 3 weeks' time. People, gonna be good. Can't wait. House of RC, if you haven't made your profile there, go ahead and do it, and you can find all the world's coverage, race reports, all that stuff all over there. Clinic RC, shout out to Ardent Imprints, and shout out to Tebow. It looks good what he's doing for his son. Shout out to the Viking who's up there with his web shop, and a shout out to my friend, the Dr. Alexander Hagberg, with his best performance at a Touring Car Worlds in 4th. So great job to Hagberg. He's watching Andor, which is really good. And Max, thank you for your time.
Yeah,
we're gonna get out of here,
and then we're in 3 hours. So.
Yeah,
dude, it's gonna it's gonna be like a 3.5 hour podcast.
And it's gonna be 4 hours, 4 hour podcast.
4 hour,
3 hours and 45 minutes, I would say.
We're back to the good old days.
Yeah. We have a competition that we're gonna announce here shortly, but basically we're looking for. Yeah, I'll give it a little just so you can go before we leave. We're looking for somebody to join our team. They gotta be, I would say, kind of not young, but definitely an RC nerd like us, into it, have a good social media, grasp on social media, all that good type of stuff. And we're looking for you to join our team for 2023 and be a part of the NNRC team. We're going to do a competition for it. It's going to be like an internship / producer type of vibe that you're going to do. You're going to learn a whole skill. Well, when I figure that all out, I'll announce it. And we're going to have some competitions to see who can win it. And we're looking for somebody that wants to be a part of this, wants to, knows a little bit of social media, maybe knows a little bit of website stuff, can figure out who's, knows computer stuff and follows RC. Hopefully you're in the North American regions because you're on the same time slot as me, because that's what I need too. Because next year we're looking to do more lives, more interactions, stuff like that. And I need somebody to help me out in the background with that, and definitely need somebody helping me out with social media and planning of these podcasts, because it's 2023. The NNRC has been around for about 4 years now, going on 4 years next month. We're ready to go to that next level. We want to go to event coverage. We want to, that's got to be paid for. We want to get bills paid. Hers got to be paid every month. I got to pay Max. I got to pay this intern. It ain't much, but everybody has to make some money. And if you can't make money, then it doesn't make sense. If you like what we're doing, you want to be a part of this, you want to learn something cool, stay tuned. We're going to be having a competition. I think we're looking for somebody that's young, who has time, who's like a real RC nerd. That's what I find what's best. Maybe they're already in school or out of school, or getting into school, or just before school. But if you're in school, you're not gonna be able to do this. That's for sure.
Especially if you like media production, you should apply.
Yeah,
because it's not like it's just guys talking.
Yeah,
shit we
are babbling idiots
these days.
We are babbling idiots, but actually a lot of thought goes into this stuff.
Yeah.
So we just need an extra hand, like all that bringing up stuff. We would have a producer background doing that. A lot of we want to level up. Everything's about leveling up around here. Gotta level up. Gotta level up. With that said, we're gonna let you go. Max and Lefty. No, was it Lefty and Max? I don't know. Lefty and Max are out. Nitro's the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. Let's get out of here.